Morning, everyone, and welcome to the January 27th meeting of the Portland City Council. Would you please call the roll?
Fritz.
Here.
Fish.
Here.
Saltzman. Novick.
Here.
Hales.
Here. Good morning and welcome. We have 3 people signed up for council communications. We'll take those first in a moment, followed by some time-certain items, and then the rest of our calendar. I've had a couple of requests to pull things from the consent agenda to the regular agenda, namely item 84 and item 86. I think that's it. Anything else that anyone wants to pull to the regular agenda? Okay, so that's where that stands. Welcome, everyone. We'll have public testimony on the items that are on our regular calendar both today and this afternoon. We usually allow 3 minutes for testimony. Seeing the small group here this morning, there shouldn't be any trouble doing that. If you're here for the first time and want to speak, you need only give your name. You don't have to give your address. Let our council clerk know that you'd like to speak on an item and we'll accommodate you. We always maintain the rules of decorum here, so if you agree with someone and want to give some indication of your support, feel free to give a thumbs up or a wave of the hand. If you disagree, a polite hand gesture to the negative is okay, but we ask that we not applaud or make demonstrations in the council chamber so everybody can be heard. We make exceptions for our students when they show up and visiting dignitaries. So if you're one of those, you might get some applause this morning. And with that, we'll turn to item number 74.
Request of Shedrick J. Wilkins to address council regarding solar cells from plastic water bottles.
Mr. Wilkins, not here. Okay, let's move on to 75.
Request of Sarah Hobbs to address council regarding Portland Police.
Good morning, welcome.
I live at 2140 Northwest Kearney Avenue. On the morning of November 6th, the police shot and killed a suicidal man by the name of Michael Johnson in a hospital parking lot directly across the street from where I live. On November 9th, I came to your office, Mayor Hales, as a traumatized citizen filing a request to speak to you about my concerns about what happened. I was told that somebody would contact me. Here it is, the 27th of January. I am still waiting for that phone call. I asked that your coworker, no, I wanted to show the picture. I asked that your coworker show you the picture I took of what I walked directly into when I exited my apartment building. Had I not lived on that block, the police would not have let me on that block. That is just a small example of what I had to walk through for 6 hours. My question is, at this point, now that the district attorney has taken testimony and released the findings, why is there, thank you, still the silence? Why was I never given the courtesy of a phone call from your office, even if just to say, we note your concerns, but we cannot discuss this until the investigation is finalized? You cannot expect that a citizen is going to know police policy, and you sure cannot expect that a traumatized citizen is going to know policy. So I ask you, as police commissioner, can I go down this time and sign one of those concern request a meeting forms and expect that you will speak to me?
Yeah, I'm sorry that happened. And Rachel Wiggins from my staff is sitting right behind Carla, so she'll make sure that we get in touch with you.
When it's City Hall, when are you as a police commissioner? When is the police department gonna say something? It's been total silence. It makes me wonder, what is policy? Is there something you're afraid of? Why have I had to go to such a struggle just to get somebody to tell me anything?
Well, we'll get you a better explanation than you've gotten, and I'm sorry that you haven't.
Could you give me a little heads up right now as to an answer to my question?
I can't give you much of an explanation here, other than that the district attorney actually ruled that that was suicide.
I understand what the ruling was. I have read the DA death investigation report. I've got a grip on it. My question, though, is why the ongoing silence on the part of the city and the police department?
Okay, well, we'll get you a better explanation of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 76, please.
Request of Trina Sutton to address council regarding sweeps and cleanups. She called and has rescheduled.
Okay, all right, we'll hit her back another time. All right, it is not yet time for time certain, so let's address the consent calendar. Any other items to remove from the consent calendar? Then let's take a vote, please, on the balance of the consent agenda.
Fritz.
Aye.
Fish.
Aye.
Novick.
Aye.
Hales.
Aye. Let's go ahead and, you want to go ahead and address the pulled items? Are the people here that need to be for those? Commissioner Fritz, or do you want to wait?
I can address, because I had a conversation 86, maybe we could do that. I'm not sure if park staff are here for 84 just yet.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and take 86, and if you'd read that item, please, Carla.
86, appoint members to the Private for Hire Transportation Advisory Committee for terms to expire January 31, 2019.
Okay, Commissioner Fritz, you have some concerns?
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled this item for three main reasons. One, to let folks know that Commissioner Novick and Transportation are establishing this advisory committee, which replaces the previous Private for Hire Transportation Board. And I think that's a good thing, and sometimes the good things get buried on consent. Second, I'm a little concerned about the nominees, the demographics of the nominees, and in particular that there doesn't seem to be much representation from immigrant taxi drivers, or indeed from taxi drivers in particular. Well, there's one representative from one of the cabs, but it doesn't have a very robust membership from particularly our many immigrant drivers. And then thirdly, I'm very concerned that all of the appointment terms are set to expire January 31st of 2019. The code does say that the terms should be 3-year terms. However, having the entire board turn over at one time doesn't seem like a very good model. And so I had some discussions with Commissioner Novick, and I know he wants to address these issues.
Can I also jump in here for a sec, because we also pulled this, and as we explained to Steve's office, with the demise of the prior board and the launching of the new one, we thought this would actually, we'd benefit from having a brief presentation on this and what the Bureau was planning. Plus, this was an issue that the council cared a lot about, the composition, the role, and so when I saw it on consent, we contacted Steve's office and said, this is something we care about, so we would appreciate a very brief council presentation. And that's, so I joined with Commissioner Fritz, and my hope was we would have someone here or at some appropriate time just do a skinny presentation on how we got here.
We may need to wait a bit. Do you have the? Okay, well then let's.
Sorry, I should have asked you if you were
Sorry,
ready to do
let's
that.
wait a bit on this item as well, so that the proper PBOT staff can be here in addition to Commissioner Novick and his staff, but we'll make sure that happens.
Sorry about that. I was prepared to discuss Commissioner Fritz's concerns, but I actually hadn't been made aware that Commissioner Fish had requested a presentation, so I apologize for that.
Okay, all right, I think we can accommodate that a little later. Let's go ahead and move to regular agenda item 87.
87, apply for and accept a grant in the amount of $12,000 and appropriate $9,000 for fiscal year 2015-16 from the Oregon Department of Transportation Traffic Safety Division fiscal year 2016 Speed Enforcement Grant Program for sworn personnel overtime reimbursement.
I don't believe we have a presentation on this unless there are any questions from the council. It's a fairly routine provision of funds to fund extra traffic safety enforcement. Anyone want to speak on this item? If not, it's an emergency ordinance. Let's take a roll call vote, please.
Fritz.
Just to highlight this, there are specific locations for the speed enforcement, and I'm going to read them so that everybody is extra careful to drive more slowly on all of those streets. They are 82nd Avenue, 122nd Avenue, Southeast Powell, Southeast Division, Southeast Foster, Northeast Marine Drive, Northeast Lombard, Burnside, Sandy, Beaverton Hillsdale Highway, Southwest Barbara, and Southeast McLaughlin. And unfortunately, we all know too well how often we have crashes on these streets. And so let's all be very aware of, especially where we know there's a history of crashes, to drive more carefully. Also, Commissioner Saltzman isn't here yet, but I know he'll be glad to know that the police will also be looking out for cell phone use while driving. And so thank you very much for bringing this grant to us. Aye.
Fish?
Aye.
Novick?
Aye.
Hales?
I just want to amend Commissioner Fritz's statement in a way I think she'll approve of, and that is, yes, the traffic division will be in those locations, but they'll also be in a lot of other locations. So don't take your chances on all those other intersections, hang up and drive legally everywhere. Aye.
I do appreciate that.
Okay, item 88.
Authorized settlement between Oregon ASME Local 189 and the City of Portland through its Portland Police Bureau regarding employment claims.
Okay, I think the city attorney's here if anyone has any questions, but any council questions on this item? Anyone want to speak on this item? If not, then please, let's take a vote. It's a roll call on an emergency ordinance.
Fritz?
Aye.
Fish?
Aye.
Novick?
Aye.
Hales?
Aye. Okay, it is 9:45. Let's please move to item 77.
Accept the City of Portland Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for fiscal year ended June 30, 2015.
Mr. Rust and his team are here. I trust everyone has read this document cover to cover. It's extensive and important. So with that, I'll turn this over to our Chief Financial Officer, Ken Rust, and his partners. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Hales and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Ken Rust. I'm the city's Chief Financial Officer and Director of the Bureau of Financial Services. Joining me this morning on my left is City Controller Michelle Kirby, and on my right is my assistant, Vicki Rice. She has the most important job. She's going to man the computer and run the PowerPoint presentation for me. Today, we'll be presenting to you the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or CAFR, for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2015. We will also be discussing with you key findings from the CAFR document, along with additional information regarding the city's long-term fiscal health. At this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to.
The production of the CAFR document is a significant undertaking for the city, and it involves many individuals around the city, and that includes virtually all city bureaus.
Michelle.
Morning.
Morning.
Moss Adams. The group that spends the most significant amount of time and has the responsibility for the CAFR production is the Central Accounting Division, and there's a core team of accountants in that division who spend many, many hours getting this document to be the quality that it is. Several of them are in attendance today, and if you don't mind, I'd like to just have them stand up and be recognized for a
Please.
moment.
Good morning.
Thank
you
you.
very much. We'll suspend the rules and thank our staff. Good work.
Thank you very much. So this year's CAFR was completed by December 1st. This is very significant in that it's the earliest it's been produced since 2006. Previously, it's been up to 180 days or pushing towards December 31st. This is also notable due to a large GASB implementation this year that you'll be hearing more about. So over the past few years, there's been an increasing demand for more timely reporting by the investment community. So under the leadership of our CFO, we've created an escalated schedule over the next few years to push back the finalization date. So for the current year, 2016, we have a goal of December 15th. And then the following year, November 15th, excuse me. And then the following year it'd be November 1st, or 120 days. And so while the earlier timing isn't mandated at this time, we feel that we're positioning ourselves to be ready and proactive for when this does occur. So the CAFR document basically tells the citizens where we've been financially at a certain point in time, and that is our fiscal year end, June 30th. These statements are prepared on the generally accepted accounting principles as issued by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, or GASB. So there's many rules and regulations we need to follow when we are preparing the document. And then it's subject to external audit by our auditors, Moss Adams, and they offer an opinion that the statements are free of material misstatement. And so the good news is that the auditors gave a clean opinion. It's also called unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion, and that's the best possible. And they will talk more after us about the results of the audit, but it is good news. Also good news is that fund balances continue to grow, and in fact, the general fund balance increased by $9 million over the prior year. And each year, the city submits the CAFR document to the GFOA for review in their program, which is Excellence in Financial Reporting. And the city did receive the award for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the 35th consecutive year. And this really demonstrates the professionalism and excellence that the city maintains in providing financial information. There is some not so good news, and that is that on a full accrual GAAP basis, the governmental activities net position has declined, and in fact, it is now at a negative 1.2 billion. And this primarily is due to the implementation of that GASB I mentioned a few minutes ago, which is GASB 68, and it's the pension reporting standard that was implemented this past year. And so Ken is going to talk more about that, and so I'm going to turn it over to Ken now.
Thanks, Michelle. The next slide in our presentation gets into this net position question. It's something we've talked with you about the last couple of years, and thought it would be good to refresh ourselves what's going on here. And just as a reminder, the financial net position represents the city's assets minus its liabilities. So the chart I have here tries to break down what increases and what decreases our net position. So factors that can decrease net position, and by that, where expenses exceed revenues on a generally accepted accounting principles basis, are things like increases in our pension liabilities. So if we have an increase in our PERS liability or FPDR liability, that can decrease our net position. When we issue bonds, but we don't have an asset that offsets those bonds, that can decrease net position. And another item that affects us is where we have depreciation, which is a non-cash expense. If that exceeds the new investment in our capital infrastructure, that can lead to a decline in our net position. Conversely, there are items that can increase our net position. So for example, when we receive grant funds for capital projects, we get money in, we build an asset, the assets on our balance sheet, our net position goes up. If we fund capital improvements from our current cash flow as opposed to borrowing, that can have a benefit of increasing our net position. And finally, if we have surplus revenues that we retain as a reserve, or we use those monies to pay down liabilities, that can also increase our net position. So those are some of the factors that are both pluses and minuses for us.
So Ken, if you don't mind, let me stop you and get you to elaborate, or maybe you were going to anyway, on some of those issues, because I think when we take these reports, the council and the city staff are very well aware of some of the particulars that drive these bottom line numbers, but I think there are people in the community, including even some in the news media, that don't necessarily understand the drivers of this. And let me make sure I've got this right in terms of restating it. And that is, in terms of the city's PERS liability, we are on a pay-as-we-go basis. That is, we budget each year for the city's contributions to PERS. So although that burden is rising because the cost of PERS is rising, it is fully funded each year by appropriations of the council in the budget process. I think that's true.
I think what you're referencing, Mayor, is the FPDNR liability.
Well, I want to talk about FB&R as well, but in terms of PERS, it's a check we write each year to the state
Correct.
to pay for our PERS obligations, and it's pay as we go. And FPDNR, as I understand it, the change in the GASB rules treats our FPDNR liability as less fully funded than we consider it to be. And that is, we know that we have a tax levy that is authorized to pay for that pension liability for FPDNR Tier 1 retirees. We know there's a curve in which that total burden rises to a certain point and then falls, because that's a closed group of retirees. And our current projections are we will not hit the ceiling of the levy amount that we're allowed to collect from the taxpayers in order to pay that pension liability. So one could, in lay terms, as I usually do, describe that pension liability as funded. It is not unfunded. In the usual understanding of that term around the country, when people look at cities with big unfunded pension liabilities, they're talking about cities that actually have no plan or mechanism by which to pay those liabilities, where we do. Is that a correct non-GASB restatement of where we stand?
That's a pretty good summary, Mayor, and I'm going to get into a lot of those details in my presentation.
Okay.
And hopefully,
Good.
to you and the audience and others that are watching this, it'll become a little bit clearer about how there's differences between GAAP accounting and then some of the key underpinnings of our financial system that we pay attention to and what that means for us.
Good, because it's been a source of considerable jubilation on the FPDNR board to see our forecast fall below that ceiling over the last couple of years. And Sam Hutchison and the folks there deserve credit for good management. And the economy deserves credit for lifting us high enough that we don't have that problem.
I'm going to show you a little bit of the trend that we've been seeing in this net position figure. And the chart in front of you has 3 lines on it. The blue line represents what's called governmental activities, which is predominantly our general fund-related programs and transportation. The orange line represents our business activities, and those are largely water and environmental services. And the green line is simply the summation of both of those lines. And what you'll note is that the trend overall is negative, and it's really influenced entirely by the trend line in governmental activities. And the downward trend over the years has been a reflection of more of the liability associated predominantly with FPDNR coming onto our balance sheet. You'll notice the big decline this year is the full implementation of what's called GASB 68, which requires us to put all of that liability onto our balance sheet. So last year when I spoke to you, our governmental activities net position was about $212 million. Now it's negative $1.2 billion. That's virtually all the result of implementing this new GASB standard. So that's been the trend that we've been observing. We've been discussing it with you and have been describing what's going on with that. And what's really causing that, and Mayor, you've mentioned that some of those things already. A big part of it is the treatment of pension liabilities. So we're required under GASB and GAAP accounting to place all of that liability onto our balance sheet. That currently is about $2.9 billion for FPDNR. However, we receive a value of $0 for the future property tax revenues that we will be receiving that are dedicated and can only be used to pay the FPDNR liability. So on the one hand, we've recognized all the liability. On the other hand, we put a 0 value on that future revenue stream. A portion of the bonds that we have issued that the liability sits on our balance sheet also don't reflect the fact that we give that money away. So for example, we have $500 million of short and long-term debt that we issue and give those proceeds to PDC. That's how tax increment financing works. That's how the Constitution requires us to issue bonds and give proceeds to the redevelopment agency. Liabilities on our balance sheet, assets are somewhere else. So that creates this decline in net position. We've also, over the years, we have a couple other deals where we've given money to other governments. So for example, when we did the convention center financing back in 2001, we gave $100 million of bond proceeds to Metro to build the expansion of the convention center. In exchange, we get revenues, but the liabilities on our balance sheet, no offsetting asset. And we're currently funding for Multnomah County a portion of the reconstruction of the Selwood Bridge. That liability also sits on our balance sheet. Another piece of the puzzle is depreciation. I mentioned that earlier. Depreciation is a non-cash expense associated with the wearing out of our assets over time using an accounting life and a matching concept. Last year, our depreciation for governmental activities totaled about $187 million. We invested about $134 million, so we had a shortfall. All of that shortfall is a result of what's going on inside of PBOT. PBOT had $161 million of depreciation expense. They only put about $51 million of new capital into the ground. They were negative 110. And what's really interesting about PBOT is that, let's say, for example, that we wanted to make that even. We wanted to reduce that shortfall of $110 million. And so we invested $110 million and we filled potholes and we put new street surfaces on and we maybe built a couple new roads. If we don't spend it on the right kind of thing, it won't balance. So for example, if we build a new road, add a new lane mile, add something that we can capitalize in our books and records, that would count against being able to bring us closer to depreciation and investment. If we simply do things like fill a pothole, repave a street, and don't do enough work on it to rebuild it, that's maintenance, doesn't count. So there's a nature of the way we measure things also affects this net position issue. So all of those things.
Just to elaborate on that, I mean, the ridiculous result of that is if we build new roads, which means that we're taking on a new long-term maintenance expense, we're in better position in terms of the accounting rules than if we did what's actually the more fiscally prudent thing, which is to repair existing roads.
Unfortunately, from a strictly accounting point of view, it could lead you to coming up with the wrong answer. And that's why it's important to understand really what's going on here and what we should be doing.
Ken, let me just make sure we all understand what GASB 68 is and why it applies to us. So you've explained this anomaly where we have a pay-as-you-go system where we're now required to book the liability but not any of the future revenue stream to cover that liability under our charter. What is the purpose of GASB 68? What's the vice they're trying to cure by having us put this in the books in this manner?
I'll give you my opinion, Michelle and Moss Adams at auditor, when Jim Lanzarote may have some other views.
Well, we have the senator that actually proposed legislation. No, kidding. But what? So what's because there's obviously some principle underlying this, even though it produces an anomaly for us.
I think the largest concern is that there's been a sense that for municipal governments like Portland, that there hasn't been an accurate characterization and capturing of liabilities like pension liabilities and having that liability be appropriately reflected on our financial statements. For years, those things would show up as a footnote if you're underfunded, and then we've been over time bringing more of those liabilities onto the balance sheet. And I think a lot of concerns that there have been across the country where investors making decisions about a particular community's bonds and things like that, they're not seeing the whole picture of the kinds of things that could impair their financial condition over time. And so there's a sense that that more of that needs to be brought onto the balance sheet and made to comport more with what's happening in the corporate world.
But the thing I guess that's unique in this circumstance is that since our pension plan is not, the typical plan that's funded and then from those resources we pay out benefits, it's secured against the assets of the city and it's a pay-as-you-go. This idea of funded or unfunded doesn't quite apply to our pension.
That's correct. And
So in any event, we weren't keeping some unfunded liability off the books because that's not how we structure our pension. It's a pay-as-you-go, secured against the assets of the city and subject to an increase in a revenue stream that the charter and the people of Portland have agreed to.
Yeah, in fact, we are by charter not allowed to fund benefits when they're earned. We're not allowed to have assets greater than $750,000. So we're doing all the things that we're required to do under charter, but we are anomalous in the sense of the way accounting views the nature of that liability and the character of the asset that we have as a receivable. And I'm going to show you a little bit about what that means, because what I've done is restated net position from a GAAP basis to something that's not GAAP. You can call it Ken accounting, or you can call it some other kind of accounting. What it tries to do is tease out those things that are unique positives to us from a financial position point of view, and to give a more, I think, full view of the financial condition of the city at this point in time. So, for example, the three things I've done to adjust net position to give you that different view includes putting the value of the tax receivable we have for FBR back onto our balance sheet. So basically, we net out that $2.9 billion liability with the present value of our future receivable, which is greater than $2.9 billion. Voila, that falls off the balance sheet. We have the bonds that we've issued for urban renewal and PDC, for example. We know in talking with PDC that about 25% of the $500 million has come back to the city in some form as an asset. So if I reduce that and recognize the fact that when we create urban renewal districts, we receive tax revenues that we otherwise would not have received and could not spend for any other purpose, that liability vanishes as well. And also then looking at the convention center transaction, that's backed by an intergovernmental agreement with Metro and Multnomah County. We receive tax revenues from them to pay debt service on the bonds. We've always paid debt service on those bonds. We basically have a receivable that exists for the life of those bonds. So that liability doesn't create any impairment to us as well. So when I make adjustments like that, what you see is that the trend, the blue line in governmental activities, is slightly down but mostly flat. Business activities continues to grow because we're making regular investments in the infrastructure, and our overall net position is on a slight increasing point of view. And that's really the view that the rating agencies and investors look at.
So that you just anticipated the two questions I wanted to ask you. But go back to GASB for a second. If we had a fully funded pension and it was structured differently by law, then the asset and the liability would match up and it would have no impact on our net asset condition. Because that's a pay-as-you-go, we're by definition not going to have something to compensate for the liability. Does GASB have a philosophical problem with the way we structure our pension, or is that just the consequence of how it's administered?
I would say it's just a consequence of how it's administered. The standard is broad. It applies to pensions that typically work a certain way. We're an anomaly, and the rule is it doesn't have exceptions for anomalies like Portland. So we struggle with that.
But there's nothing that we know of in GASB that says our way of funding a pension is somehow out of step with prudent accounting principles.
Well, it's not how you would structure a traditional pension plan.
Right.
I mean, there is a strong sense that as you earn pension benefits, you should fund those pension benefits, and that makes more sense both in terms of staying current with that obligation and also making sure that the people who are benefiting from those services are paying for those services.
Right.
We don't have that system, but we have, and I think if you didn't have a dedicated tax levy, you could argue that you're pushing that liability further and further into the future, but we have the dedicated tax levy.
And I guess the second question that you were about to get to is we covet our credit ratings, which is for obvious reasons because it allows us to borrow money at favorable rates. And we have very high credit ratings in the city. It allows us to borrow money dirt cheap, and it's one of the reasons we've been able to do a lot of long-term capital projects at a very favorable cost. Does this adjustment have an impact in how the rating agencies view our financial health?
No, because in fact, that's the adjustment that they're making. They recognize that, particularly with the FP&R liability, that it's an anomaly. They've looked at it for many years. Before there was a GASB 68, the city's had a AAA bond rating since about 1976. This is not a new phenomena, and they're very comfortable with the way in which we fund this, and also the integrity of that tax levy. Because really the key is that tax levy sufficient to pay all obligations when due? That gets tested regularly, and in fact, I'm going to talk a little bit about that. If anything, that's on an improving trend because of the underlying nature upon which that tax levy is based. So, in my opinion, it's well understood by the investor community, the nature of how we pay for this pension liability, and that really isn't a problem or an issue in terms of our ratings. So I'd like to talk about because we're kind of getting into that, what does this mean and what should we do? The issues we have around GAAP accounting isn't that it's wrong, it's that there are things that we have undertaken from a financial point of view and the unique parts of the city of Portland that don't get reflected under GAAP accounting. And so adjusting things like that, I think, give you a more realistic view of our current condition. And if you don't do that, you really end up with a situation where you could focus on the wrong thing. So, for example, if you didn't tease out some of this thing, go, my goodness, we have an FPNR problem. Maybe we should be doing something and putting more general fund money to pay FPDNR. You could reach that conclusion. When in fact, FPNR is really not a problem. What's a problem is we should be investing more in infrastructure, and we've had that discussion last year about what we do with that. So I think by restating the information, if you will, you can get to what we should be doing. And that's really one of the problems that we have, is the CAFR provides us a lot of information, but it's a point-in-time piece in terms of what it's telling us, and it may not be telling us the right things that we should be worrying about going forward. And I want to talk a little bit about what those things are as well, because one of the things I've been tasked with is, what should we be worrying about? What are those things coming at us beyond this point in time with the CAFR that we should be looking at? So over the course of the last year, I've been investigating that with my staff and have put together what I call this little snapshot about things that are that we should be worried about. And I broke it into three categories: our long-term liabilities, our infrastructure, and employee costs. And I've given my view of what I think those things look like on a current status basis, and also what they might look like in the future, and some comments about trends. So, for example, PERS liability, I view it a negative status, and I think it's going to stay that way. Why? We just received in November an update from PERS on our actuarial status, and it reflects the overturning of the Morrow decision. So our unfunded liability with PERS has increased from $40 million to $365 million. Furthermore, we know that PERS has to earn at least 7.5% to stay even. In fact, it's probably greater than that. Well, what happened in 2015? They earned 1.88%, almost 6 percentage points below their target number. What does that mean to the city? That's going to be another $9 million ongoing coming to us. The $365 million, to unwind that's about $30 million. So we have $39 million more costs coming our way. FPDNR, we've talked a lot about that levy. I have it in green status. Why? Because it is sufficient to pay our obligations when due. The real market value increases means that the capacity of that tax levy is increasing as well. So I feel very comfortable. I'm more comfortable with FPNR than with PERS. Another piece of our long-term liabilities that deals with other post-employment benefits. This is a requirement to look at the cost of providing a subsidy to retirees under our health care plan until they reach Medicare eligibility at age 65. We looked at that in 2008 when we were first required to report that under GASB 45. We said we think we should not do anything. We should continue the pay-as-you-go that we're using with that. We looked at it again last year. That liability is really unchanged, and our recommendation is the same. Watch it, but don't do anything different. Infrastructure. Over the next 5 years, we probably have at least $1 billion of infrastructure needs coming our way. A lot of that is in water and environmental services, and I have confidence that their funding model of rates and borrowings will be sufficient. My only concern there is that rates are high and capacity that is more stressed than it otherwise would be. But we have a funding plan, and that funding plan has worked quite well.
So Ken, I had a spirited discussion with Fred about this because to me, this is more green than yellow. And I want to just put something in context. Just this past week, there was a national survey that was released of trends in our public utilities. And the thing that jumped out at me was the enormous benefit that has accrued to us by taking care of some regulatory costs ahead of the curve. And I'm particularly, of course, talking about the CSO requirements, the combined sewer overflow. We did a very expensive big pipe project, but we did it in the past, and cities like Atlanta and other cities are catching up and having to do it at a time when it's going to be a lot more expensive. One of the things that struck me was the comparison of the impact on rates on a family of 4 in 3 sample cities, and they looked at actually 4 sample cities, Seattle, San Francisco, Atlanta, and Portland. And we don't necessarily think of those as sister cities, but at least Seattle and Atlanta are comparable in population. And what was just astonishing to me, that a family of 4 in those cities, those other 3 cities, would pay 2 or 3 times more monthly for the combined water, sewer, stormwater services. That doesn't mean that we're not charging, that our rates are not a burden for our customers, but it does say that nationally we're blessed in that we've taken on some costs, and therefore our trend line is pretty good. And as you know, the trend line at the Bureau of Environmental Services is quite good. And that's why this year they're down around 3.4 to 3.6 in terms of a rate increase, proposed rate increase. So given that we have a structural advantage in that we can cover these costs going forward, given that we enjoy very high credit ratings, and given that compared to other cities, we're a relative bargain, I still think we're more green than yellow, but I understand that yellow is because of your inherent caution as CFO.
And I also couldn't figure out a way, Commissioner, to split the bubble into green and yellow. So I am cautious, but I agree with you that we've gone, if we had not accomplished the things that you referenced, it would be a much different picture for us. And I do think that the plans that we're on means that we're going to be able to sustain those systems. But I do know that we would like to have capacity for the unknowns, and that's a bit of the caution there. Contrasting that with transportation, it's no surprise that we're not spending enough money now, and going forward, that trend doesn't look like it's going to get a lot better very quickly. So I'm very concerned about our ability to fund all of our transportation needs. I have another category, which is things like parks and public
Mr.
safety.
I just want to tell you that I was so alarmed by these red circles for transportation that I realize it's really short notice, but I propose that we send the voters transportation funding mechanism this afternoon.
And we didn't plan it that way, but it looks like it's working out very nicely.
Is everything.
The other category really is parks, or civic assets like these kinds of buildings, the Portland Building, technology, public safety, and even housing. And we're making a lot of progress on that, and we're spending a lot of, making many investments in that area, but those needs are growing, and I'm concerned about our ability to fund that with the methods that we typically use, which are GO bonds and the general fund, et cetera. Another category that I have in here was what I call legacy liabilities, and that's dealing with the cost of remediating the city's portion of the costs associated with Portland Harbor. We have a Columbia River Levees project that may have costs coming back to us. I have it in red status mostly because I don't know how big that is, but it could be a big number, and we don't know how we're going to pay for it yet. We don't know who's responsible with inside our city organization, so that makes me concerned. And then finally, on employee costs, we're really at a position where those employee costs are beginning to grow faster than the rate of growth in our revenues. We have recent bargaining agreement changes that are increasing our employee cost. The PERS-related expense, for example, approximately $39 million ongoing new costs coming our way. 40% of that's general fund. That's $16 million ongoing. Now, the CBO has some of that built into the forecast. Not all of it's built into the forecast. PERS collars things, and it will attenuate when we see it. But if you're going to wonder why we don't have any money for infrastructure investment each year, even if revenues are growing, it's because of things like PERS. So speaking of revenue, how's our revenue picture? Over the last couple of years in particular, we've had extremely strong general fund revenue growth. Almost couldn't be any stronger, and we should see some continued benefits from that, particularly with unwinding some of the compression that affects our property tax revenues. Business license tax and transient lodging tax are at all-time highs. We may see some limited upside, but frankly, at this stage of the economic cycle, it's probably more of a likelihood that we'll see them flatten or fall if we run into a recession. Our utility license fees are kind of flat, which really represents people ditching landlines and us losing revenue associated with those companies that provide landline services on the telecom side. And I know we've had a lot of discussions about future urban renewal tax increment revenues coming back to the city and other governments, but really, that's really 10 years away or longer. So those are really revenues over the horizon, not going to help us in the short run. So what's our outlook for new revenues? I do think that our strategy of going to the voters periodically for voter-approved GO bonds to fund parks improvements or public safety improvements is a good strategy and one that we will be successful with. Our ability to have a new funding program for transportation remains to be seen. I'm optimistic that this afternoon is a step in that direction, but I have a question about whether we'll be successful with that. And I think we're going to have to consider some of the other revenue ideas that have been considered in the past. For example, we've discussed about imposing a utility license fee on cell phone users, much like we impose on landline users. One, to increase our revenues, but also to make it fair between the users of telecom services. Why should those who have a landline pay and those who don't not pay? And finally, the easiest source of money for us, new revenue, is simply to have people pay what's already owed to us. We know we don't collect all the business license taxes. We know we have liens outstanding that we haven't chosen to foreclose on for policy reasons. We have a large number of uncollected parking revenues. If we spent more effort collecting the low-hanging fruit, in fact, the fruit that's on the ground, that would help close this gap as well.
On the uncollected parking citations, I just want to note that we've been working with PBOT has been trying to figure out mechanisms to improve collections. We're having lengthy conversations with the court system, which is deeply involved in that. I'm hoping in the next few months we're going to have some proposals that will help address that backlog.
Good news, thank you. Bottom line for the city, it's a math problem. Our expenses, operating capital, are simply growing faster than revenues. It's a systemic problem. It's going to take a systemic solution, and we know what that means. It means cutting our costs, it means cutting our services, increasing our revenues, or some combination of the above. If we don't take action, what we're going to be in a situation, I believe, is this chronic budget shortfalls and reductions. This year is a really good instructive lesson. Revenues are growing, and we're asking bureaus to cut budgets. Why? Because we would like to add new services and devote more resources to housing. Nothing wrong with that. But when we add more programs and we have cost push from these other things, our revenues, even when they're growing, aren't growing enough. And that means we're limited in our ability to make more investments in infrastructure. It puts pressure on our reserve levels and the kinds of things that, if we're not careful with how we approach that, we will be in this situation every year. We'll default to the easy, thin the soup kind of budget cutting across the board. So we get to the point where no one likes what we're serving because it's not a very tasty meal any longer. And what I'm mostly concerned about is avoiding things that create a financial impairment for us going forward. Now, we've had many challenges financially over the years, and we've rose to those challenges. And so we're at a point now where, depending on what we do in terms of policy and practice, will affect whether or not we maintain the integrity that we currently enjoy or not. But that's the challenge that lies ahead of us. So I'd just like to summarize, where we started with the CAFR. The good news is that the CAFR for the fiscal year ending 2015 meets all of our required accounting standards. We have an unmodified or clean opinion from our external auditors. No audit deficiencies noted by our auditors as well. Our current financial position is strong. Michelle mentioned the fact that our general fund balances continue to grow. So that's good news as well for us. I think it's important that we do make adjustments to the GAAP presentation of net position because it tells us a better picture and story about where we're at financially. And frankly, it's the story that investors and the bond rating community uses at assessing our financial health. The CAFR is simply a financial snapshot at a point in time. And we know that we have future challenges that will affect our city's fiscal health. I'm confident that by working together, we can avoid those problems that we see other governments falling into and be able to maintain our ability to deliver the services without future financial impairment.
And one other question that your excellent presentation sort of begs is, are there any changes that you're likely to propose in how we do planning in light of this data? And I'm thinking, for example, currently we think in terms of a 5-year horizon. The Independent Budget Office provides a 5-year projection. No one has a crystal ball, so we don't know, when a recession is going to hit and how long it's going to be, and there's other things that we can't quite anticipate. But for example, is a 5-year lookout adequate, or are you likely to come back to us at some point and say we need a longer horizon? And are there any other potential changes in sort of fostering this long-term look at this structural challenge?
It's a good question, Commissioner. Going beyond 5 years is always complicated because the accuracy and the validity of the information becomes more challenging the longer you go out. I think one of the ways to think of it is, rather than so much trying to get more clarity about the future, is try to set policy and practice around things that we know will affect the future. So, for example, one of the big drivers for cities like Portland is the rate of growth in personal services. Our costs are largely people costs. What's our policy about allowing that rate of growth to increase above inflation or above a certain benchmark number? What can we do to try to better manage that? What are the things that we're going to have to wrestle with? Because if we don't wrestle with that, what we're saying is that we're going to allow that big driver of cost to be whatever it is, and we're going to try to make it up on the other side. I think some discussion around that could be helpful. I think some discussion around how we're going to approach funding capital infrastructure liabilities, that we start looking at creating dedicated sources of funding that, so it's not competing and is the thing that we don't do when we're trying to assess how we balance our budget, would be helpful. And I think also we have to have more discipline about new programs and activities that we add. If we're going to add things, what are we not going to be able to do? And we tend to take on everything, and everything before that is also taken on. And at some point, it's going to be very difficult to carry that entire burden going forward. We don't do a very good job of asking ourselves about trade-offs and trying to manage within that more constrained set of revenue. So don't have precise answers, but those are three areas that I think need more attention. And I think in working with Andrew in his office, could come back to you with some more structure around that.
Great. Other questions for our team? Thank you very much. Thank you. So let's take testimony on this item, and then I might, before we call on the auditor for the second item, bring up the folks to deal with those items on consent that we needed questions answered about. So anyone want to speak on this item, item number 77? Okay.
No one signed up.
Oh, come on.
Yes, my name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Watchdog PDX. I thought the presentation was really good. Gave a clear understanding on the pensions and how the accounting procedures are looking at it at this time for the benefit of the investors maybe purchasing bonds in the future. Now, one of the issues I have again is that on some of the legacy, per se, projects, again, such as the Columbia River Levee is what I've been speaking on for quite a long time, and I think that a lot of people are overlooking just how important of an issue that is at this time. We're done doing patchwork on the levee. In my opinion, we need to start looking at building new, which would be toward the new infrastructure. And in my opinion, that will be one of the largest construction projects in Portland, Multnomah County. And I want to really focus on that, on the dollar amounts that would cost to rebuild that over time in different phases. Another issue I have, obviously, listening to this is that on the transportation gas tax, it's my understanding a lot of that money would be used for more of the repair side on the streets. And it sounds to me like we're talking about the best thing to do would be to possibly build new streets for the infrastructure. And that's something that I question at this time, to have a clear understanding on if we pass that gas tax, where's that money going to be applied and where's the best direction to apply that money, especially when we're looking at this type of accounting that we're seeing today. So again, just a little more clarity, I guess, on making sure that, and I've talked in the past, that any loans or grants given out to people, especially on the loans, we want to make sure those are repaid back. We don't want to convert those to grants if they can't make the payments. And I want to see that tightened up immediately on this in any future grants. Obviously, by this presentation, I would look at everything very close on who receives that money, because it appears as though we're going to, like I say, have more expenses accruing than income, and we're going to have to start looking at areas to change that immediately. And again, I want to commend you, Mayor Hales, on creating a surplus budget. The last mayor did not do that. You did that. You will leave probably creating a surplus budget, so I commend you on your efforts on that.
Very much. Good morning.
Good, thank you.
That was an accident. My name is Joe Walsh. I represent Individuals for Justice. I was curious. I didn't hear all of the report because from time to time I have to use the restroom. So I missed some of it. But the part that I heard, the thought went through my head, it would be really nice if we got these reports and on the top it would say, the drain on our budget is. The biggest drain on our budget is. I get really nervous when bureaucrats say to me, hey, everything's okay. We're in compliance. We're doing a good job. We're patting each other on the back. Makes me very nervous. Because you just had a newspaper article blasting you on your grants. So how could everything be okay? I'm not an economist. However, I know this. People that are watching this, people that read about this, people that will hear about this, want to understand it, and they don't. I've attended 482 meetings, and I don't understand it, and I have a bachelor's degree. That gives you some sense of what you're doing. That's why you get an F in transparency, because the citizens do not understand it. When you do these reports, would you please say, look, we're having a lot of trouble with transportation, or we're having a lot of trouble with the parks. Redline it. When I do a budget at home and something's coming up, I put it in red. I said, this is a big concern. We have a trip to California and we have no money. We have to do something about this. Everything is okay? Everything's fine? No, it isn't. You know that, and I know that. People watching this television do not understand what's going on. Thank you.
Joe, I think you may have been out of the room when Ken showed us a red, yellow, green chart that actually did
Yeah,
a
I
pretty
actually
good job
didn't
of.
see that.
Yeah, that's a really good translation of where we are into those kind of more understandable terms.
If you can look at that and you can see the problems right away,
Yeah.
then I commend you on it. I didn't see that. We're not privileged to that kind of information.
Yeah, it was
We
up
have
on
very
the-
limited stuff that we can look at.
Yeah, he put that up on the screen so people got to see
Well,
that.
I was,
Yeah,
yeah.
I know, but it's out there.
okay, so I commend you on that. Also, once again, I don't like it when bureaucrats say everything is okay, because it's not. It's an ongoing problem. And we know at least 2 bureaus are in trouble. And they're on my left, which makes me nervous. They should be on my right. Transportation and Parks have admitted that they need more money. So everything is not all right.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move the report.
Is there a second?
Second?
Discussion? Roll call, please.
Fritz,
Well, congratulations to our City Controller, Michelle Kirby, for completing the CAFR quicker than it's been done for quite some time, and the entire team. I'm so glad that we have a group of people who understand absolutely everything and way beyond what was in the presentation, and knowing that your team has diligently looked into everything and made a very good attempt, I think, to explain it in ways that most of us, or some of us, can understand. So well done, Michelle, Ken Rust, and Fred Miller for this report. Thanks also to James Lanzarotta, our outside auditor, for his work reviewing the CAFR. It's always important to make sure that we have outside eyes on it. So it's very clear, we are not in good shape, and that I appreciate the very clear presentation that says that. We are not expecting to get a whole lot more money anytime in the foreseeable future, and we have a lot of expenditures. And the cut that we've been asked to put forward this budget season of 5% has illustrated that Portlanders really love the services that they get, and they want a lot of services. And so there isn't anything in parks, for example, that can be cut without somebody, first of all, a lot of people will lose their jobs. But second of all, there are services that people really love, and reducing pool hours or any of the other 19 strategies that we put forward in the parks proposal Many of them are really, really difficult. So it's collectively, we as a community need to decide what do we want to pay for and how do we want to pay for it. And then we have to say, and we can't, I'm sorry, we can't do some of the other things. And yes, we do need to, I think, stop this year doing outside grants. There are lots of other good things that need to be done in our community. And as we just saw, if it doesn't translate into an asset that's owned by the city, it counts against our net viability. So it's going to be a very difficult budget season. I really appreciate the presentation, which allows more folks in the community to understand that why we have a problem as well as what the problems are. And I also particularly appreciate the focus on basic maintenance, and we'll continue to work on that. Thank you very much. Aye.
Fish?
I want to thank the controller and the CFO for an outstanding presentation. And what struck me is that there's no sugarcoating or pulling of punches. In fact, if you look at page 5, there's the good news and the not so good news. I think I understand the difference. And on page 11, you color code the long-term challenges, and there are a lot of red dots. So I think you've been admirably transparent about the structural issues that we deal with and the challenges we face. It's one of the reasons that I felt so strongly, by the way, that we have an independent chief financial officer for the city of Portland. And it's precisely presentations like this that, to me, vindicate the idea of having a CFO, complementing the work of our controller. Now, I'm trying to figure out what the FASB rule really, the GASB 68 rule is really about. But I came up with a homey analogy, and it may not work, but I'm going to try it out anyway. My financial balance sheet is a little shaky, partly because I have 2 kids, and we borrowed a little bit against our house, and we just had one child come through college, and we're now getting her positioned for the future. But I have a 12-year-old at home, and I'm starting to think about, when he gets he's now in middle school, he's going to go to high school, and he's going to go to college. So I'm not sure it's a perfect analogy, but let's say that I was required to put on my balance sheet the expected cost of my son's education if he is fortunate enough to be admitted to a private institution, but wasn't allowed to book any of the other side of the ledger was bare in terms of how I'm going to pay for it. Well, the way I'm going to pay for it is I'm going to have to work for the rest of my life to have a revenue stream to cover those costs. It seems to me that's not completely dissimilar from what we're talking about here. The difference is we have a very stable revenue source to cover our pension obligations because it's legally enshrined in the charter and the public has accepted it. We have a pay as we go. I don't have any job security. So I don't know, counting on my wife continuing to be successful. But so I think it is important to look at both the chart you gave us at page 7, which shows the impact of booking these pension obligations without any funding, and the Ken Rusk adjustment on page 9, which shows if you take that out, because it's a 2 different stories. But still, you have identified for us long-term structural issues that we have to grapple with. Unlike the federal government, we can't solve it by borrowing. So we can't just declare all these are wonderful things and then borrow billions of dollars to cover it. So we're going to have to figure out how to right size our services. And as Commissioner Fritz pointed out, the public is very clear. They want certain services. And it's also pretty clear we have a structural issue in terms of adequate revenues to meet those services. So we've got some hard work to do in thinking about the long term and the structural balance. But I have to say I'm heartened by the quality of the team that's guiding us. And I'm pleased that on the things that really matter outside of the structural issues, we get high marks for the way we do our budgeting, for the transparency, and the awards speak for themselves. So that's something that we take great pride that our team is recognized for doing this at a very high level. And since Commissioner Fritz mentioned grants, I can't resist. There are good grants and bad grants, and we'll have that discussion at budget time. But I don't want the good grants to get thrown out with the bad grants. And The good grants, in my opinion, are the monies we give to partners in the nonprofit world who have taken on the obligations of government and who save us a lot of money because they provide services. When we fund those partners, and we do a lot through parks and housing and other bureaus, that's called smart government. The alternative is that we would provide those services, and we can't. So we provide money to people. And the example that I think is the one that's worth celebrating, city owns 3 steam locomotives. They are part of our property. It's an anomaly that we own 3 steam locomotives, but we ought to be proud of it. And one of them was the lead locomotive on the bicentennial train that crossed the country in 1976. And the SP 4445 is a national treasure. So as long as we own these 3 steam locomotives, we have an obligation to provide a roof over their heads. Well, we don't have the resources to do that. So along came a group of public-spirited people who said, here's a deal that you can't resist. We'll raise $5 million and build a home for them. We'll operate the facility, and we'll take care of those treasured locomotives. Well, that's a pretty good deal, and we said thank you. And so we helped them find the dirt, but they did virtually everything else. Last year, in our budget process, we had $50 million of surplus. We decided to give them $150,000 towards the cost of building and operating and maintaining our 3 locomotives. And they raised $5 million and built the home and are operating it at no expense to government. I'm going to say that was a good grant. And I would have given them more, given that they took on a responsibility of government that we didn't have the resources to do. But they're good grants and bad grants, and I think we can make those distinctions. So anyway, thank you for a great presentation. I'm pleased to accept the report. Aye.
Novick?
I don't know that I can add much to what my colleagues have already said. I really appreciate Michelle and Ken giving us a very clear explanation of what our real problems are and what our real problems aren't, or what might seem to be problems, but under the accounting rules, but actually are less concerned than the things that I identified as real problems. So thank you very much for your very clear presentation. Aye.
Hales?
Well, as it happens, I just came back from one of the 2 meetings each year of the United States Conference of Mayors. And when the people that come to those conferences, mayors and city staff, they mostly roll up their sleeves and talk about problems and how are you solving that problem, how are you addressing that problem. Not much bragging is done because it's just not very polite. But if bragging were allowed, I'd have a lot to brag about. And if envy were able to be articulated, there would be a lot of mayors who'd be jealous of Portland. They'd be jealous for a lot of reasons. They'd be jealous of our transit system. They'd be jealous of our quality of life. They'd be jealous of our historic preservation, of our tree canopy, of our transit mode split, of our bicycle mode split. There's a long list of things that people come to study about Portland, and they would have reason to, and they keep doing that, including other mayors. But probably most of all, they would be jealous of our balance sheet. They would be jealous of the fact that when you do this accounting on a regular basis, which is what Ken did, not a funny money basis, but a regular basis of where are we? There are some serious problems. We have a serious problem of transportation infrastructure that's out of date, needs to be renovated. And no, Lightning, you're right to raise that point. It wouldn't make sense for us to build more roads with very few exceptions. It would make a lot of sense for us to take better care of the ones that we have, because a dollar spent on doing that will avoid more dollars later. And we all have talked about that a lot over the last couple of years. Yes, it would make more sense. It would make a lot of sense to invest in our great city park system, again, something that other cities would be jealous of. But they would be especially jealous of the fact that this report is in a salacious way uninteresting. It's an extremely interesting presentation. The situation from a scandal standpoint is totally boring. The Portland for 40 years has had a AAA bond rating. I've been in presentations where our financial staff went to the rating agencies and made the case about why we should keep that bond rating. For example, right after Orange County went into default, I was in on that presentation, and we kept our AAA bond rating. So Ken, Michelle, you and your staff continue to do a great job as does our budget office, of making sure that we as decision makers are able to steer Portland in a responsible way and address problems like transportation and parks funding, like utility rates, in a way that is very defensible, and again, that the rest of the country would love to have our situation, and they'd love to have our balance sheet, and they'd probably also love to have our financial staff, and I hope they don't take them. Thank you very much. Aye. Okay, let's break from this series of presentations briefly to go back to the two items that we pulled from consent, because I think we have some staff standing by to give us some explanations, and the first of those was item 84.
84, authorize the Director of Portland Parks and Recreation or their designee with the power to tow vehicles parked in violation of parking restrictions within park property.
Mr. Ritz.
Thank you, Mayor. This was mistakenly filed on consent. I know that I'm very concerned about when we tow cars either from the streets or from the parks. So I wanted to make sure that the public understands what the rules are. And second of all, I wanted to publicize that we are updating this policy so that everybody is clear what's going to happen if a car is parked in the wrong place in a park. So with that, our security manager, Galena Burley, is going to make a presentation.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Commissioner and council members. Very good to see you. I will start with, in the impact statement that was received with your packets, it talks about the purpose of our presentation today. The city code already allows the Director of Portland Parks and Recreation to restrict and prohibit parking in city parks. What the code does not explicitly provide for is for us to tow vehicles when they are in violations of those restrictions. So with that, I just want to add that our system of parks includes over 200 facilities, multiple rare, but at times a need arises in our system for towing authority. And we are, as I mentioned earlier, asking City Council to allow us to make that authority for the director more explicit in Title 16. Currently, what we do is parks officers, since they're not authorized to request towing, we call police when a need arises, and we also get in touch with Portland Bureau of Transportation Parking Enforcement Program. And in consulting with both entities and getting their support, we felt that this additional authority would be needed for our team, especially because PBOT parking enforcement program hours and before many of our parks close. Most of our parks are open until 12:01 in the morning. By having this authority, our officers will be able to order tows through existing mechanism, through the city tow desk, through PBOT, makes it very clear as far as what the logistics of the towing procedure will be. This request would only be done after we would attempt in good faith to find the driver of the vehicle, and as consistent with our other work, ask for voluntary compliance. We also are putting in place a matrix of enforcement functions that start with, again, asking for voluntary compliance, moving to a warning stage if necessary, and then for multiple offenses, request towing and post the vehicle to be towed. One option that we have in some of the cases, especially with Sparks where we lock gates, is to do a tow relocate. And that's basically towing a vehicle from the area that's locked to the nearest closest legal parking spot. There are some cases when we would have to order a tow immediately. Again, those are consistent with Title 16. Vehicles parked and blocking pedestrian pathways, as well as vehicles parked blocking fire hydrants. So that would be consistent and would be an immediate tow. Few things that we're also putting in place to launch this effort and really working through our ranger program specifically. Rangers are responsible to lock parks and gated parks specifically throughout the city of Portland, is more outreach, working with our chronic parking violations, in areas where we've had chronic parking violations to educate visitors about rules and regulations. Installing additional outreach signage, letting folks know what the implications of being in the park after posted hours or in a violation of a parking restriction will mean. providing information to local neighborhood groups on this change in towing enforcement. If requested, we could ask sometimes to come to neighborhood meetings, go to neighborhood meetings and facilitate awareness. Again, consistent with our current approach and other enforcement issues, specifically through the Ranger program, gaining voluntary compliance when it's available.
Thank you very much. I think that's probably enough information for the
Sounds good.
council. Obviously, you have a lot more.
Yes,
This
ma'am.
is particularly a problem at Mount Tabor, Council Crest and Piddock mentioned, where sometimes maybe young people go to hang out after dark, and then that causes problems for neighbors. So I particularly want to thank the neighbors of those parks for helping us develop this policy.
Yeah, I particularly like the element of this in which you're going to attempt to tow them to a legal parking space instead of to an impound lot, because we're not interested in financially penalizing people. We're just trying to keep the parks
Exactly.
safe and well-maintained. So I like that very much.
Any questions,
Other
colleagues?
questions for Galena and the team? All right, thank you all very much. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this item? If not, then we'll take a vote. Oh, well, then come on up, please.
This morning, I got a phone call.
What's your name in the record, Joe?
Oh, Joe Walsh, representing Individuals for Justice. This morning, I got a phone call, and one of our members was concerned that he had just been to the hearing officer, and he sees a lot of people that are getting towing and parking violations, and there's no way out. So when they argue that they parked in an area that they thought was legitimate, and the city comes along and says, you can't park there, they get a ticket, and it costs them a couple $100. And when they go through the appeal process, the hearing officer says to them, but they acted within the law, so you were wrong. So you got to pay the fine. So there's no defense. I'm asking Commissioner Fritz to think about this in the parks. What we don't want to do is hassle people that use the park and find out that all of a sudden, if they drive their car, that they get a ticket, and the ticket is expensive, especially if they're towed. All right, now I know this is the beginning at the parks. You're asking for authority to do this. I'm telling you what in existence. And I'm suggesting also that if we went back into the history, it would probably show that it was just a little bit. It wasn't so much. Now it is. And that's the way institutions grow, Amanda, and you know that. If we institute this stuff, I think you have to show that there's a major problem. When we interfere with citizens and we write tickets, or we try to fine them, or we embarrass them, there's got to be a really good reason for that, and not because it's going to make a buck, or it's convenient, or it's better to have all the cars out of the park at 6 o'clock in the evening, or whatever. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to say, slow down a little, look what's happening with the other parking, and then come back to the parks and say, are we walking into quicksand on this? Or are we just doing something that's very mild and we got some safeguards? That's what we're asking.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, we're not proposing to give people tickets. We're proposing to tow them to a legal parking spot.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Charles Johnson, and we live in an age of metrics. Unfortunately, not the metric system. We just supposedly are measuring things and trying to assess performance and results. So I hope there'll be some further development of performance metrics, particularly around the area of people whose cars are not moving because of financial distress. So that, we live in a very car-oriented economy, even though we try harder here in Portland than in other cities to make public transit practical. Some people work very far from where they live and they're their family stability is car dependent. So I hope that the best work of the Rangers will continue with this program so that in addition to having the towing objectives accomplished, they'll be empowered to connect people with resources if they're on the brink. We know that in the court system, at times, costs and fees have to be waived for low wealth and low income people, and I think it would be appropriate for the council to have a provision for that. Some people say, oh, but they have a car. That's an object of wealth. But we don't want to sabotage their one object of wealth and put them in a situation where their employment might be jeopardized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I would just add just one thing. I know I'm in violation, but I don't drive anymore. So I don't have a horse in this race.
Okay.
I just can't because of the medications. So I haven't driven for 10 years. So my concern is really an altruistic concern. And it's just a caution. You know, when you do these kinds of stuff, just slow down a little.
Mr.
think
Walsh?
about it.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, anyone else? Then let's take a vote, please, on this item.
Fritz,
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'd be happy to clarify any additional questions anybody might have. So thanks to Galina Burley and Warren Jimenez at Parks, Tim Crail and Pooja Blatt on my staff, Dave Benson and Jody Yates at PBOT, the Bureau of Transportation, Dave Galladay and Randy Teague at Police, and the staff at the Pittock Mansion, in particular, Robbie Sherwin and community members who have been very impacted by loud partying in the park after hours, which is one of the reasons that this came about. Thank you. Aye.
Fish. Aye. Novick,
Aye.
Hales.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Let's take item 86, get the questions answered about that.
86, appoint members to the Private for Hire Transportation Advisory Committee, for terms to expire January 31, 2019.
Okay, Commissioner Novick?
Colleagues, we have Dave Benson and Mark Williams here to talk about the outreach that PBOT did in soliciting applications for this committee, and Ken McGarr here to answer any legal questions.
Good morning, Council and Mayor. My name's Dave Benson. I'm the Parking Services Group Manager at PBOT. When Council revised the regulations and the code regarding private fire in December of last year, we went about with a sense of urgency to solicit names to our 19-member advisory committee. And here with me today is Mark Williams, and he's going to talk to you a little bit about that process that we went through.
Good morning, I'm Mark Williams. I'm the program manager for the Private Fire Transportation. So on December 31st, we pulled every available address that we had in our arsenal to make sure that we were able to contact everyone. We invited 1,800 people to apply for the Private for Hire Transportation Committee, Advisory Committee, excuse me. 125 of those emails came back, probably older addresses that we hadn't updated, and we received roughly about 50 phone calls with questions. January 12th, we followed up with another reminder email, again to the 1,800 people we originally invited. We did receive a few more phone calls regarding questions, and again, the 125 emails didn't find a way, and they bounced back. Total, we probably only received roughly about 60 applications total. Some of those applications were individuals applying for more than one position with the advisory committee.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions, if I could. First is, there are 17 committee members that you're proposing, and by my count, about 15 are industry representatives or people that have a specific stake in the industry, and 2 are sort of community members. How did you arrive at that mix, and is that the right mix?
I believe that we arrived there with some input from the task force as we move forward. There was a lot of discussions during the task force meetings that we do want to have an advisory committee to help address some of the issues that continue to evolve. And I think there was some recommendations from the task force is where we ended up with the committee seats.
And the slots, Commissioner, are established in code, the 19 slots. So a transportation network company slot, a citizen slot. So to your question about the industry being heavily represented, that is part of the code.
Part of the code?
Yeah.
Will there be dedicated staff for this committee?
Yes.
How will that work?
I will personally be a member on the committee as a non-voting, I would say, advisory committee member. And my role is to make sure that they are well informed of some of the issues that we're having and to be a resource of information when they have questions.
So this has been a recurring issue with committees we establish in terms of having adequate support. And as you know, Mayor, when we established the new citizen-led oversight body for our utilities, we gave them 2 dedicated staff people. And this, we're giving this particular committee, it has a heavy load. I mean, we're asking them to do a lot. I guess what I'd want to know after 6 months from the committee is, do they need a dedicated full-time staff person? Or is it sufficient to have ad hoc staff? Because I don't want this committee to feel under-supported. And you've got a lot on your plate, obviously. So perhaps in 6 months, could we hear from the committee as to whether they believe they're getting the staff support they need to be successful?
Absolutely, Commissioner.
And-
And that's a good question to ask, and we will ask that question.
And the third thing I just want to observe, I deeply appreciate that Commissioner Novick is moving forward to fill these positions and fulfill a commitment he made to reestablish the Private for Hire Transportation Advisory Committee. One thing that caused me a little heartburn during our debate about TNCs was the previous Private for Hire Committee became somewhat invisible during our deliberations. They were replaced by another committee that didn't really have much in the way of subject matter expertise. And so I felt from time to time like we were not hearing from a group of people that had some history and expertise. Now, there was some criticism about the composition of that committee and whether it was representative enough or diverse enough. But I just want to have a commitment here today that this committee is a substantive committee that we'll be hearing from at least annually. And if there are disagreements that the committee, either a majority or minority of the committee has about how we are implementing this new code, that will come to council.
Okay.
Agreed.
So thank you. And is it your intention, finally, Mr. Williams, that there'll be some kind of annual report?
Yes, and I would imagine that you will probably hear from the committee, at least some recommendations from the committee prior to the annual report. There are a lot of immediate issues that this committee will be charged to resolve, so we're very eager to get them in place and to get them addressing some of these issues.
Thank you very much.
Other questions or?
Commissioner, I have a suggestion following up on Commissioner Fish's request for input from the committee in 6 months. Maybe that's a way to resolve the challenge of having all of the appointments end on the same date. My understanding is that 7 of the 17 currently nominated for appointment have served on the Private for Hire Board before, so that might be a way to sort some folks who might be able to, however they want to do it. It seems like, as with Commissioner Fish's leadership in bringing together the Portland Utility Board, they're going to set their own bylaws presumably, and it would be nice if you could come back in 6 months with an amended report saying that these positions expire in 1 year, these positions expire in 2 years, and these in 3. Would that be acceptable to you, Commissioner?
Yes, I mean, that actually requires a code change, and I agree we should have staggered terms. We just didn't think of it. So we should, so I expect that we will come back with a staggered term proposal.
I think that if the committee were to volunteer to have their term end earlier, the code says that the terms are 3 years for this initial one. Usually we remember to put in the initial code that this first committee's terms will be staggered. That wasn't in the Private for Hire ordinance, but if the committee were to decide amongst themselves, we're going to have this, our first term, and obviously they'd be eligible for another term after that, I think that would be a way to solve the ongoing problem.
Commissioner, I also just wanted to note, you had a concern about representation of immigrant drivers. We have one taxi driver representative, just like we have one representative for other categories. That representative happens to be Elias Durow, who is an African-American, but we noticed that in his application, he observed that he's a Somali speaker who's been active as a volunteer with the Somali community. So he does have some experience with, working with at least one immigrant community that has a number of drivers.
Good, and I note that you have 2 vacant spots still for a shuttle driver and an executive town car driver. Of course, part of the challenge that the cab drivers have right now is that they are having to work much longer hours in order to make a living, so they may not be able to volunteer to serve on the committee, but that is an opportunity should somebody be willing to help set the new rules.
Yeah, and we recognize that opportunity, and we're going to be doing some targeted outreach in the next few weeks to address that very issue.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Very much.
Other questions? Okay, anyone want to speak on this item? Then let's take a vote, please, to,
Motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Second.
roll call, please.
Fritz.
Thank you for the presentation and for the willingness to come back in 6 months with revisions. Aye.
Fish.
Thank you, Commissioner Novick, for following through on the commitment. Thanks for the presentation. We're asking this committee to do a lot. One of the things we learned in our very thorough public debate and consideration of so-called TNCs is that there are a lot of unresolved issues locally and nationally, and they're still being fought out. Questions about adequate levels of insurance, whether drivers are employees or independent contractors. I would note that in some financial filings of the leading TNCs in the nation, they recently said that their business model is predicated on folks being classified as independent contractors, and their long-term viability might change if the law disagreed with their view. Obviously, safety, compliance with safety regulations, compliance with our code, and frankly, I'd like to see a place where the complaints are going and being adjudicated. We have a somewhat inefficient system right now where a lot of us get tweets on a daily basis that are tantamount to complaints about non-compliance in the TNC industry, and I want to see those complaints going to the committee and to staff and us getting, regular reports on whether people are following the rules. But I appreciate the work to bring this committee roster forward and this discussion. Aye.
Novick.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mark and Ken and Dave, and thanks to all of the volunteer members of the committee. Aye.
Hales.
Aye, thank you very much. Okay, let's move back to our time-certain items. Item number 78, please.
Results of financial audit of the City Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for fiscal year 2014-15 and related communications.
Okay, Auditor Caballero and team. Morning.
Morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My task today is to introduce Jim Lanzarata, a partner in the accounting firm of Moss Adams, and he's going to present the results of the most recent audit of the city's financial statements. And also with me to help respond to questions is the Director of Audit Services, Drummond Kahn. And annual financial audits of local governments are required by Oregon law. City managers and staff are responsible for preparing the financial statements. My office manages the contract for the audit. This arrangement provides Moss Adams an extra measure of independence from management, which should contribute to a higher level of confidence in the results for you and the public. Before I turn it over to Jim, I'd like to acknowledge and thank Principal Auditor Fiona Earle from my office, who is chiefly responsible for the hands-on management of the contract and the herding of the cats to get it done. And I'd also like to just take a minute to respond to a couple of questions that you had from the prior presentation and about the government standards. And I just wanted to point out that the reason why those standards are important to understand and to follow is because they allow for comparisons across the nation, of cities across the nation, because everybody's complying with those standards. And so I think that I appreciate the more nuanced presentation that you got this year about the CAFR, because I think all of that is very important information for you to consider and discuss. But when you look at the data, the way when you're following the standards and not getting in the nuanced weeds, it allows you to look how you're doing against other cities. And so,
Auditor, I appreciate you saying that, but we also were told that very few cities have a pay-as-you-go system. So how is that helpful?
right, so if you let me finish, I will let you know that it allows you to see big picture trends and how other cities, some cities are going up and some cities are going down, and Portland is going down. And when you're keeping company with cities we know to be troubled, like Detroit and Stockton, that should be propelling some questions about why are we going down, looking at the cities that are going up and say, what are they doing differently? And so it just allows for a bigger picture comparison.
Your view is we're keeping company with Detroit, a city that's bankrupt?
The data that we had, was that last year? Where we compared cities.
But your view is that we're keeping company, that Detroit's a peer city in terms of the financial health of our city?
Yes, that's what the data shows.
Well, that's the
But
auditor.
the point I'm making is that it allows you to ask some questions, to look at the trend lines in comparison to other cities and ask questions. So that's why the standards are important, because it allows for that kind of analysis.
Is it your view that we should scrap our current pension plan and put in something else to address that problem? Because as long as our plan is a pay-as-you-go, we're going to have a liability with no asset. Is it your view that we should go back to the voters with a different plan for how to fund it, to change, so that would have a beneficial impact on our balance sheet?
My view is that that's your decision, and what we're recommending is that you don't dismiss looking at the data based on accounting standards, and that you just use that information to ask more questions, to appreciate the context that there is something in place to bring in future revenues. And so I just wanted, when you were asking questions about the standard, I just wanted to respond to that's why we do that. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that we often make reference to the fact that the city has a AAA bond rating. And I think it's important context also to understand that only 12% of the city's bonds are AAA rated. And so that is also a more nuanced thing, and it's easy to fall into the conversation and take comfort in things when you need to know the more detailed picture. And so I just wanted to respond to those two things. And now I will turn it over to Jim Lanzarota to give you the results of the audit.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Hales, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to come and finish the audit process. Really, we're not quite done until we've had this communication with you. In fact, our audit standards require that we come before you and give you the results. And so appreciate the opportunity to do that. In prior years, we just did that with your bureau heads or department heads in a debrief meeting. And for the last several years, I think at the direction of your elected auditor, you've provided an opportunity for us to do this. So very much appreciate that. I was thinking earlier, I mean, Ken did such a phenomenal job, I think, of talking to you about the finances that my presentation was going to be rather boring in comparison. And actually, I think that's the way you would want it to be. So you used the word salacious, I think, at one point, and nothing salacious about the report I'm about to give you. So what I'd like to do is tell you about the nature of services you engaged us to do, and tell you a little bit about what that entails. Obviously, you want to know the results of that. I think the cat's already out of the bag. You've heard a little bit about the results of the audit, but I'll give you a few more details to that. And there are some required communications in an audit, and I've met those requirements by issuing to you a written form. But I'll just hit on a couple of those points. Hopefully, you've had a chance to read through that, and then maybe just a couple follow-up comments. So when I look at the city's audit, I kind of break it down into 5 components, and you have a pretty good understanding of the first. I mean, it's that audit, the independent audit of this document. I mean, are the numbers in here accurate? Does it have all of the requirements of the accounting standards? You heard the GASB, you've been mentioning GASB. You're making my heart flutter. You actually understand that body and its purpose. Anyway, I have to determine if you've put this together to meet all of those requirements. And not only for the city, this is the city overall, but you also engage us to do a separate report for FPD&R, so the trust fund that has that reports that pension information. Also for Portland Development Commission, so your component unit that does all the urban renewal projects. And we also do a special report for Hydro, which meets a compliance requirement with an agreement you have with PG&E. So we do all those audits. So you have an understanding of the audit, independent verification of these numbers, and so forth. A second element, though, is that we have a requirement to look at the checks and balances that management uses to make sure that they can put this together accurately, and an obligation to tell you if there are weaknesses or problems with those checks and balances. A third element is a requirement to test your compliance with certain state laws. You're an Oregon municipal corporation, and in Oregon, the state says that the auditor for you, your external auditor, will look at compliance with things like your budgeting, your ability to go through the budget process and meet the requirements, and then the administration of the prior year budget. Are you doing that? Public purchasing, insurance requirements, public deposits, how you handle your cash and investments. Those are just a few of the areas we're required to test. A fourth area, you receive a fair amount of federal awards. And with that comes a requirement for your external auditor to test for compliance, certain additional compliance requirements. So we did that. And then a fifth element I highlight just for you because you have a dedicated and experienced accounting staff that can put this document together. So in Oregon, there's probably 1,500 or so organizations that have to file financial statements with the state. A majority of them are unable to put this document together in-house. They have to rely on their auditor. So in our case with the city, since you're able to put it together, we just do a technical review of that to make sure that your staff does that. And we also test it for the additional requirements of an award. And I don't know if that really got highlighted, but you submit this to the Government Finance Officers Association for an award, which requires that you go above and beyond the minimum requirements of GAAP and put some additional information in here. And we do a test or a review, I should say, to see if you're meeting those requirements. So that's kind of what you engaged us to do. Does that make sense so far?
Certainly does.
Okay, excellent. Well, let's talk about the results. So the main thing you want to know, of course you already heard, on page 13 is our opinion, or the start of the opinion, which is in layman's terms what we call a clean opinion. I think your controller, Michelle Kirby, said it was unmodified. That's the technical term. She's absolutely right. We have one additional paragraph in there that you don't always see, and it just highlights the fact that you implemented that GASB on pensions. So it still doesn't take away from the fact that it's an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. It just highlights the fact that you had to implement that new accounting standard. So this is a point when you wish bells and whistles would go off, the balloons would fall, confetti, something, but it's a lot of effort for your crew to pull this together. You ask what was formerly known as the Office of Management and Finance to pull this together, but you've got a lot of bureaus where information resides. They've got to pull all that, a lot of funds, pull that together to meet these requirements, and they do a pretty good job of that. Now, I mentioned a requirement to look at your internal controls. So we did that work. We have to assess whether those are working, whether they're designed appropriately, and are they in fact working. And we're able to tell you that we found no deficiencies in your financial-related internal controls. And you have had some in the past, but this is really good. So your crew, if in the past when they've had some issues, have taken appropriate steps, and we're able to tell you that we did not identify any issues this year in that regard.
Can you remind us, what's a garden variety deficiency that might pop up in an audit like this?
Yeah, so gosh, there's quite a few that tend to...
Of course, not applicable to us, but to another city like Detroit.
I'd say when it comes to internal controls, the common things that you hear about are lack of segregation of duties. That's probably the most common. So you take a function like accounting for your billings for water or environmental services. Maybe the same person is responsible for doing the billing and then collecting the cash and then recording that transaction in the general ledger. That's a common one. The most errors that we see in financial statements revolve around capital assets and the inability to identify when you have acquired an asset and to get it in the books and records appropriately, or vice versa, or opposite side of that, when you get rid of an asset, are you removing it from the books? That's a real common type of error we find. So there are controls around the communication that has to happen between the different bureaus and the accounting or department heads and accounting to get
And
that
so
right.
those are examples of deficiencies where there could be a technical violation of a rule about who does what and how it's done, even if there's no finding that there's an adverse impact on the budget.
So the issue with a control, you could still get to the right answer at the end of the day. but your procedures maybe are not adequate to identify an error timely. You know, oftentimes when the auditor comes in, we'll identify an error and management will make an appropriate correction so the financials can get to the right ending result and you can still have control deficiencies that have to be reported. So I just gave you a couple examples of deficiencies that might occur or are fairly common. Is that okay? Or
Helpful, yeah.
okay. Let's see. Now, I mentioned also the requirement to look at state laws. And again, this year, we found no violations with the 7 or 8 areas that we're required to test. And that also strikes me because one of the most common violations we find are over expenditures against your appropriated budget. And you have so many funds, you have bureaus, you have departments, you have a lot of people who are involved in the process of monitoring against your budget. To have no over expenditures, that's pretty amazing. I don't know if we had anyone else this year amongst our client base that can say that. Also in public purchasing, in the handling of your cash and investments, those other areas that we were required to test, again, no violations of state laws were identified. In the area of federal grants, so the city received, or I should say expended, about $36.5 million this last year of federal awards. So these are grants that come to the city. Of what you received, you spent $36.5 million. So we're required to test your compliance. There could be up to 14 different types of compliance requirements associated with any one of those grants, like who's eligible to receive that, what are the eligible activities or expenditures to that grant, those sorts of things. What's the reporting that you need to do to the state or other federal agencies? And again, no findings of non-compliance. So that's a phenomenal result. You've had some findings in prior years, and whatever the issues were, your staff adequately addressed those. So this year, no findings. What's nice about having no findings as well is that if you can manage that 2 years in a row, you can achieve what's called a low-risk auditee status. And the city has a low-risk auditee status. So what that does is it enables us to test fewer grant programs to meet the single audit requirements. That saves you some dollars as well. So we only had to look at 2 major programs this year. In prior years, we've looked historically at about 6 or 7. Between 5 and 8 is the norm. So that's good news to you. Okay, almost done. Required communications, again, I've issued a letter to you, but I wanted to hit on a couple things that you might be interested in. So I think Michelle mentioned to your controller about the timing of things, and that is a pretty phenomenal improvement on your part. There have been times when the city actually hasn't even been able to hit the December 31st deadline. We went into January. You moved it up to December 1 this year. I guess the other thing that strikes me about that is that you have a renew of Ken Rust here, new as CFO perhaps, or with that title, but back, so a transition there, and a transition with your controller. So you've got some transitions of some key players in this process, and you were still able to get this done faster. So a little bit of a renewed process to get the books closed and facilitate our audit process. And so of our client base, I think you were one of the few, if maybe the only one, that was able to issue sooner this year than last year. So this new GASB standard on pensions was a tough issue for our clients, and so was just turnover of experienced people. So you had some turnover, but you got some quality people in here that enabled you to actually beat your timeline. So a pretty good result there. Boards often want to know, gosh, did we find any errors in the financials that required management to make adjustments? And we did not find any errors that were significant enough that we had to ask management to make adjustments. Sometimes we find errors and they're immaterial, so we can agree to not have that corrected. And really, there were no errors of that kind. Your staff completed a project based on some control deficiencies in prior years over capital assets. I don't know if you go back a couple of years, we identified that you had some properties A lot of them were donated perhaps and never added to your capital asset records. And we recommended that you go through an evaluation of what you have recorded against what all the county assessors say you own. And just to give you an example, Parks and Rec went through that process. Given the volume of properties and their capacity of time, took a while for them to finish it. But they, in this year, finally finished that project and were able to get the properties recorded. So you had a few properties that got recorded in this fiscal year that really were acquired in prior years, but by the end of the year now, we're fairly confident that you've captured them all. So really no audit adjustments and really no past adjustments that we're aware of at this time. Another thing that boards want to know is, gosh, did we have difficulties in the process, disagreements with management? You know, were they evasive when we asked questions? Were they not providing documents? Those kinds of things. And I'm happy to tell you that none of that occurred. I think your crew understand the importance of the audit process, and they want to get us in and out as fast as they can. I would say that we've had some spirited discussions, but they've all been healthy and would be deemed appropriate in my eyes. So no disagreements, no particular difficulties encountered. If anything, it was probably a challenge for us to keep up with the pace of your staff so that we could help you meet your deadline of December 1st. And I'm pleased with my team that they were able to change how we scheduled the work so that we could help you accomplish that goal. We'll have that challenge again as you move it up another 2 weeks this year. But again, I'm confident that we'll be able to rise to the challenge on our end to help you meet that timeline. Really, the last thing I would say is that, you know, Ken already went through an analysis of your net position. I guess I'd be happy to answer any questions from my position. I could talk a little bit more about GASB 68, when I understand the intent of it. In that letter, I did give you kind of an idea of the big elements that drove the decline in net position this last year, and Ken kind of went through that. So
Can I jump on that? 'Cause
Please.
I'd like to get your opinion, and I hope that none of the questions from the council were interpreted as being dismissive of the GASB or the rule. We're just trying to understand it.
Yeah.
And when we're told that it allows us to compare ourselves to other cities, and yet we have a uniquely different way of running our pension than other cities, we're trying to figure out what is the comparison that's meaningful. So let me ask you the question.
Sure.
You seem to be giving us a thumbs up in terms of the audit. So that's how we manage money. That's encouraging. This is your what, 5th, 6th, 7th?
Yeah, actually longer than that.
Well, so
Yes.
my entire service on the council, you've been presenting, and you haven't always been as gracious. So I or as positive. There have been some dings along the way, but you're talking about how we manage money and our systems. Very important. We had a presentation on the CAFR and our sort of long-term trends. I'm trying to reconcile a couple things. So on the long-term fiscal health, FPD&R gets 2 greens, and the trends are going in the right direction. Under GASB and how it impacts what you call our net asset position, we're learning a lot today, 75% of the change in our position is attributed to a rule which requires us to book a liability for which we have no corresponding asset, even though that's the way our system is structured, is pay as you go. So what guidance do you have for us? Because I'm trying to figure out whether that means our pension system under the federal rules is no longer appropriate for the times and has to be changed, or if we need to put a footnote on our net asset position to clarify that unlike other cities that pre-fund their pension liabilities, we don't, and so it's gonna have a negative effect on our balance sheet.
Wow, loaded question. I'm on the hot seat. I can feel it. The electricity is growing. Let me try to make maybe 3 points that might help answer your question. The first thing that I want to make clear is that the audit and the audit opinion is really about the accuracy of this document. Have you met all the bells and whistles? You can be, and I hate to use the term Detroit, but you could be a Detroit and still get a clean opinion on the financials if it is put together correctly. So first of all, the audit is designed toward whether you're doing your books and records accurate, you're meeting the accounting standards. It does not address efficiency, effectiveness, are your financial policies sound, and so forth. So to make that distinction. The second thing would probably be that GASB 68, I think the comments were made pretty effectively before there. The intent is transparency. The issue is that when it comes to payroll, you don't get into trouble too much. An employee works a month, you hand them a paycheck. At the end of that month, you're square. You've paid for the benefit of that service. But you have other benefits that you offer, you incur the cost, but you don't pay for that right away. A typical employee might be here for 15 years, and it's still another 20 years before they get a payout under that benefit that you've offered them. The accounting standard is trying to put together when the cost is incurred. Who cares when the check is cut? Your employee worked this year, they earned another set of benefits under the pension plan, so we need to recognize that cost this year and then measure it against the revenues that you brought in to determine if you're covering that cost. So the accounting standard is really trying to improve comparability amongst governments that have pensions to make sure that all the cost is being recognized right now, no matter when you fund it. The other thing is that it ought to be easier for a reader to understand if you have funded your pension system. And Ken mentioned it pretty well. I mean, obviously, if you maybe could have gone back when FPDNR was first begun, when you offered that benefit, you identified the property taxes. If you would have gone back knowing what we know today, you probably would have asked the voters to allow you to fund it closer to when the cost was incurred. So that would be a second point. The third point, which I think Ken has you on an excellent path to understand, is you may be where you are today, but what you really want to do is look forward. Can you provide services? Do you have the cash flow? Do you have the check when the time comes to cut it? Do you have the resources to cover that check? That's where your focus ought to be. So you have this dedicated property tax, provide that it comes in as necessary, you'll always have the cash to cut that check. And so as long as you're getting the help from Ken and his team to understand if you have the cash when the checks have to be cut, and you can plan in advance for that, then I think you'll be fine.
I guess one of the challenges in how we talk about this publicly is, thanks to Commissioner Saltzman, the mayor, and others, over time, there have been some reforms of FPDNR which have put it on more solid footing. I'm seeing Drummond nod for the record. So it's a closed system, and we've been trying to make it more sustainable, and I think we all agree we've made strides. Through an accounting rule, we have to show a liability with no corresponding asset, even though the flow of money to pay for the out-year costs is secure by law through a property tax mechanism. It's just a different way in which, a long time ago, the citizens of Portland set this thing up. Right. But it's not like overnight our balance sheet became toxic. It's just that we don't have a corresponding asset to book with the liability. Isn't that right?
Yeah. And what I would say, a couple other points too, is I'll probably lose my train of thought. You've made the comment a couple times, so I think it's worthy to point out that you did make a change. The council made a change back in 2006, if I remember, and it is a closed plan. So no new fire and police employees are going into that. They're going into Oregon PERS, and you are funding that on an actuarial basis, which tries to measure a better approximation of the cost that's incurred each year. You're actually funding that right now. So your issue with FPDNR is all the folks that were hired prior to 2006 and making sure that we have sufficient cash flow to fund the checks when they retire. So And so you have solved the issue now. So you're funding all the folks hired after 2006 on a more sound basis. So it's the risk of those hired prior to 2006. The thing that you've asked of management and they're doing is they periodically go out and get a projection of the property taxes. And I think they go out 40 years, if I remember right. It's a 40-year evaluation, and they run the risk. What's the risk that your assessed value and the property taxes that come in will be insufficient to meet the obligation? And that's a phenomenal tool to you. So I think I don't think it's done every year, but it's probably every 2 years. And I think you're on the heels of getting one, or you just got one, so you have one recent one. I don't know the recent results. The one prior to that, I think there was less than a 5% chance, or a 5% of all the possible scenarios that you looked at where you would run short sometime in the future. So to me, doing that type of analysis will help you understand if FPD&R is a problem. And the other thing I like about it, you're going out 40 years. If you see the risk, or maybe the risk jumps higher than 5%, 10%, whatever, if it becomes a greater risk that some scenario could result where you'd be short, and you can see that in advance, you could start building a reserve fund. You could take steps now to maybe cover that risk.
And that's the caution flag.
Correct.
That's the caution
Yes.
flag, different than we're headed to Armageddon. That's a risk factor, and you're right. The fund does do that assessment looking out 40 years. Drummond, what do you want to add?
Well, there's another big piece here, which is the declining assets. So we've been talking a lot about FPDR. City has two big pension obligations in the future, FPDR and PERS. We also have declining assets, streets, pipes, et cetera. As those decline, those impact this net asset number too. Another concern is that.
Is that already part of the 25%, or are you talking, so 75% of the current change, given the GASB rule, is attributed to FPD&R.
Right.
Are you within the 25%, or are you forecasting future changes?
We can even do better. We can look back before the new GASB rule came into effect. So in other words, if we look back to 2006, the city had net assets of about 1.3 billion. Today, with GASB 68 recognized, we're in the hole about 1.2 billion, meaning we went from 1.3 above the line to 1.2 below the line.
And the 1.2 below the line is exclusively attributed to a changing in how we book FPD&R.
A big piece of it is.
100%, because it's 1.264 million is FPD&R. So we would be in the green, not the black, if it wasn't for GASB and how we report that amount.
Well, but the year before that rule went into effect, in other words, excluding the FPDR GASB recognition, our net assets had declined up until 2013 down to about 350 million, meaning that even without that new recognition of the future pension problem or pension obligation, we went from 1.2, 1.3 billion to 300 million from pensions as part of it, but assets as well as the city's costs exceeding the revenues that it brought in. So it's not just GASB and it's not just pensions. It reflects kind of the accretion of all of these other decisions around revenues versus costs, as well as the asset decline.
So that's why you look at it as a trend over a period of time,
correct.
not necessarily the particular snapshot of a year.
Exactly.
Because GASB does, unfortunately, distorts our books a little bit because the way we fund our pension is different. But you're looking at a trend line.
Correct. And we would agree, our report from last June on these trends, we call it Portland's Fiscal Sustainability and Financial Condition, we would agree with virtually all of Ken's comments about the long-term concerns and risks. In fact, we published a similar page in this report that talked about that. So there's really no debate over the core issues of how do we manage costs versus expenses, how do we, not necessarily how do we financially treat pensions, but how do we manage them as Jim and Ken talked about. But that's our concern. And there's generally good news. We have generally on a strong footing. Tax revenue looks terrific, but costs still continue to exceed. The costs exceed the revenues that we're bringing in.
You know, you serve, I think, as the head of some national body, so you get to talk to peers in other cities. Where do we stack up?
Well, this is one of our concerns. When we compare our net assets to 6 comparable cities, and we can, of course, discuss whether these are the exact correct 6 cities, but 6 that we've compared to in the past, our net position is declining. Those 6 cities have a fairly flat net position. The difference is not very big, but the difference essentially is that their expenses are essentially the same as their costs. Our expenses, or I'm sorry, our revenues. Our revenues are just a little bit less than our expenses. And it's part of that accretion that leads to that difference to go from the 1.2 billion to the 3.
Can you generalize as to whether the biggest factor in this difference is personal service contracts versus prepaying for, how we pay for capital improvements?
They're all different. In our report, we talk about how other cities break down their expenses, but I think it's multiple factors. And part of it is just how do we manage those revenues and costs to be just a little bit closer to be more like the 6 other comparable cities.
Okay. Other questions, other points that you want
Well,
to close
just
with?
the other, again, showing some appreciation. I think Mayor Hales commissioned a study some time ago about looking at the structure of OMF, and I don't know if the question of whether to have a CFO or not was directly related to that, but clearly there, that was on the tertiary of that, and we got asked some questions in that regard about our viewpoint on that, and when the possible job description of the CFO, there was a lot about, hey, helping us with the long-term sustainability initiatives. And gosh, that's just, you got an example today, I think, of the benefits. So I'm very appreciative of the study that Mayor Hales commissioned, and it appears to me you've implemented a lot of the recommendations, and I think you're seeing the benefit of that because that's the type of analysis and getting on the front end of it. I mean, really, pensions, how you account for them, all of that is noise. What you want to do is make sure you got the cash to do what you want to do when you need the cash. That's what we're worried about. And the net position is a trend. I mean, it's informative to the extent that your policies enable that trend to continue. If your policies identify the issue and when cash flow becomes a problem and you can get ahead of it, then you're fine. And that's the type of thing that I just witnessed today, that you're getting that type of reporting. And I have every confidence that you're going to continue to get that kind of reporting. And now, and I think that the additional challenge is Ken, I think, came up with 3 points or 3 ideas that would influence you and your budget. The additional challenge is really getting down even more detailed about what does that mean and how you act differently. And as long as you guys get there in enough time, you're going to be fine. But this is a great start to that process. So
It's good to hear. That's great. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Any other questions for our auditor or our outside auditor as well? Well, thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent presentation. Anyone want to speak on this item? One,
Mr.
okay.
Lightning.
Couple. Come on up, please. Go ahead, Lightning. I think you'll be first.
My name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Watchdog PDX. One of the biggest concerns I've had on this issue is that, in my opinion, I think the city of Portland is doing too much land banking. And why I say that is that I think we have a lot of properties out there that has been stated that, number one, have been donated, have not been transferred to the city. Number two, we've had numerous properties that have sit idle for many, many years and have done nothing but run up deferred maintenance. And there's a tremendous amount of cost to that, to have these properties sitting empty, running up deferred maintenance. And what I've always wanted to see, and I know we're talking to the accountants here, is that, and the auditors, is that I want to see a real detailed list of the capital assets of the city of Portland. And when I say that is I want to know when they were purchased, how much they were purchased for, what their current value is now, and have a clear understanding on what the city owns. And that pertains to everything from the brownfields to when we call certain properties surplus and decide to sell these properties. I want to have a clear understanding on what the current capital assets are. And the reason being is that when we say that we need cash to provide more services, if we have a tremendous amount of real estate, which we do, the city controls, then let's not be land bankers and let's convert that into cash and begin to provide more services with this funding, because we need to have a clear understanding on why we're holding on to some of these capital assets, plain and simple. If we're holding on to them for, say, 10 plus years, and we've done nothing with that property, we need to have a clear understanding why we're doing that. Because again, we're not receiving tax revenue off that, which of course has been stated that's very important on the pensions. We're not doing anything to add more value to these properties, but we're holding on to them. And I want to have a closer audit on all real estate that is controlled by the city of Portland. And I want to have understanding how long we've owned it, what the converted into cash, and to start buying down some of this debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, morning.
Still, almost. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is
If not, possibly put it up for sale.
Charles Johnson, and I hope that in your future informal conversations with people who participate in the city budget process, that you'll take into consideration what Mr. Lightning just mentioned about deferred maintenance and expenses that are coming in our head, so that we can have a more vibrant conversation, including these issues in a number of ways, far beyond just the concerns for street fees and gas taxes. With this particular report, the audit report to auditor and our citizens about where have we cut corners or saved because of financial contingency, and how are we going to keep the city robust, some pages. And I just think that we'd be in a better position if you and Auditor Hull Caballero have public forum time where people engage with this. In the past, there was a People's Budget program, many people who participate in the city's project. And, you know, as Commissioner Fish raised, there are metrics and charts. I don't know if Auditor Hull Caballero's staff specifically abstained from bringing us some PowerPoints so we could have scary charts that make us look like Detroit. But I think that there may be a place for that level of engagement. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, is there a motion to accept the report?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Vote, please.
Fritz?
Thanks again to Jim Lanzarotto of Moss Adams for the report, and thank you for all of the city staff as you're going through it. It's not just the Office of Management Finance, it's all the bureaus who are helping to report. So I specifically want to thank Kia Selly and Jeff Schaefer in Parks. Kia is the asset manager. I really appreciate her work getting everything documented. Michael Kirsten and Amy Archer in the Office of Neighborhood Involvement. And then I'm sure that Christine Moody in Procurement Services and Andrew Scott in the City Budget Office must have had something to do with gathering the data and making sure that we're doing things correctly. It's really good to have a Chief Financial Officer who's in charge of looking over this. And finally, thank you so much to Auditor Mary Hel Caballero for a very clear report and for looking at the data and telling it like it is. Aye.
Fish?
Thanks, Jim and team. So this is the seventh or eighth that I've had the privilege of hearing, and to be told we have a clean opinion and then to go through all the subcategories and tell us that we're in good standing is really heartening. And I know, having served at Parks and Housing before, that to have no deficiencies and to have all the money tracked from all the different accounts is a huge undertaking. So I would congratulate city staff for being diligent in managing public dollars. But I also thank you, Jim, for the professionalism you bring to this and the perspective. And I'm pleased to vote aye.
Saltzman?
Aye.
Novick?
I hereby incorporate my colleagues' previous remarks. Aye.
Hills?
This is huge positive news that I do not expect to see on the front page of any newspaper. Well done. Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to item 79, please.
Presentation from Know Your City on their Civic Equity Engagement Managers Program.
I want to welcome Cameron Whitten and his colleagues. One sentence summary I see here in my materials that I think sums up my understanding, but our understanding is going to be improved, of that Know Your City and the Civic Equity Engagement Managers Program provide engaging non-traditional means of dialogue through a multicultural lens, providing people from diverse backgrounds the opportunity to become civically engaged and have a greater connection to the surrounding community. What a great idea. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Hales. And thank you, City Commissioners, for allowing me to be here today. It's an honor. My name is Cameron Whitten. I serve as Executive Director of Know Your City. In fact, I believe we were here last year also testifying on the Jade Journal program. I appreciate your support of that. It's my understanding that you did visit the students that we worked with, the fifth grade class at Harrison Park. And it's reflective, the Jade Journal, of our mission, what drives us around civic, artistic empowerment in this community, and what drives us here to be here today and really find this critical opportunity to invest in all of our students and make sure that in our pedagogy in our schools actually reflects their stories, reflects their histories, and empowers them to be the best students they can be. We've seen this enshrined in the Portland Plan, and we see this enshrined within our mutual goals to make this a city of opportunity. And so with our research, which we have done in part with the Business Capstone Department at Portland State University, we have found that the least that the City of Portland can do is to partner with culturally responsive organizations such as Know Your City and others we have here talking today to make sure that we have that engagement that is necessary to make sure that we provide these opportunities to our students, that we actually work with teachers and schools to create new curriculum around the history of Oregon that is diverse and reflective and inclusive, and we actually create training modules and programs that allows teachers to bring this to their classrooms. So we have a lot of speakers here today, so I'm cutting my time short, but I will be speaking near the end. And first I want to introduce Todd Struble from...
Before you do that,
Yeah.
Mayor, I've got a bunch of staff people teed up to do presentations. This is scheduled for 15 minutes. Can we do a time check?
Well, yeah, I would like us to go to maybe 12:30 and then break. Would that, I mean, for what we have remaining on the calendar today?
Well, we're not going to get to
That's correct.
any of the utility stuff by 12:30. How much time are we budgeting for this?
I was told 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think we can probably do this in 20 minutes, so we'll get to a little after the hour at that point, and then we should...
You want us to be ready to go with
would-
the BES items?
I would think that would, since those are the next ones, yes, please.
All right, excuse me, Cameron, we're juggling people's
Understand.
lunch hours and work schedules, so thank you.
Okay,
They'll introduce themselves.
all right. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Todd Struble, and I'm here with the Asian Pacific American Network of Oregon. I'd like to echo Cameron's in thanking you for your support and of our work out in East Portland, the Jade District NPI. But today I'm here to talk about Apano's education priorities. The Asian Pacific American Network of Oregon is a social justice grassroots organization, and part of our mission is to support education justice. And Know Your City's role and work is directly aligned with Apano's education priorities right now. For instance, there is an ethnic studies campaign to win those types of classes in Portland Public Schools. And that is actually one of Apano's highest priorities. It's given the most capacity and support, and thus we want to support Know Your City's work as well, as that is directly aligned. And I also wanted to point out that ethnic studies campaign was self-selected by ALLY, which is the API Leaders for Liberation of Youth group. That's Apano's youth group. They identified that as a topic and campaign that they wanted to work on, that they felt would best support their needs. And we look at that as really crucial to advancing those ideas of equity in education. And we believe that supports some of the priorities and opportunities for all. So I would just like to say thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and please support the Our Stories request. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mike. Put your name in the record, please.
Good morning. I'm Mike Rosen, and I'm a member of the Portland School Board, and I'm also the director of the Eco-Literacy Collaborative, which provides culturally specific curriculum development for sustainability. I'm here today to support the Know Your City funding proposal, which is really to improve the quality and quantity of culturally specific K-5 Oregon history education in Portland area schools. And so one thing I wanted to I wanted to acknowledge two things. I want to give a shout out to the Ally students. They came to the school board last night to talk about their project, and they're a great bunch of students. And I think why it's important to acknowledge them is the movement in this state to provide culturally relevant curriculum is not coming from the state leaders. It's coming from the people that want it. And in this case, it's the students. And that's a good thing. And that's, one of the reasons why we need to, as leaders, support it. But in any event, I also want to thank Know Your City. They have done extraordinary work to date. They clearly love this city, and they're really dedicated to connecting citizens to this city's history, including what I would say are some of the unsavory elements. And they've done this in really unique ways. They've done this through art, and they've done this by just putting their feet on the ground and providing free tours for people and showing them the history of the city. I want to relate one thing. A couple of weeks ago, and Commissioner Fish participated in this too, I was invited to be a teacher for the day at Lent K-8 school. And what's one of the unique things about Lent is it's one of the most diverse schools that we have in Portland Public Schools, and it was a 5th grade class. And when I told them that my lesson was going to be on civics, they clearly were not impressed. And so then I thought, well, I'll give them a little background about myself and tell them what motivates me. And one of the things that I brought was Comics for Change. And so this is one of the things that Know Your City has worked on. And it's important because it really represents the power of their approach. And so what I showed the kids was this comic book collection that they created. And what's incredible about this is it tells the story of the heroes, advocates in our community. So whether you're white, you're homeless, you're LGBTQ, whether you're Muslim or you're Black, whether you're an Asian Pacific Islander, it tells these stories. And these kids were like, wow. And then I felt like, really I should just talk about these and not what I wanted to talk about. But I'm a bureaucrat, so I talked about what I wanted to talk about. But what I asked them to do is I asked them to break up into small groups and identify 3 priorities for the school board, and then come back together and as a large group of 25 students, identify 3 priorities. And one other thing, that classroom was the spectrum that's represented in these educational tools. So anyway, they came back with 4 things because they're Portlanders, and even though we asked for 3 things, they gave us 4. And they asked for more PE time. They asked for more art programs, but like meaningful art programs. They asked for a pool in their school, and they asked for these comics to be put in their library. And why I think that's important is it shows that Know Your City gets it and does it. I mean, you can walk into a 5th grade class and show them curriculum that reflects their culture. That's a big deal. So this is why I'm recommending further investment. The challenge that we have all throughout the state and the country is our minority population of students is the majority. The demographics have changed dramatically and continue to change. Communities of color, immigrants, different cultures, different races. Unfortunately, we have a disproportionate lower attendance rate, lower achievement rate, and a higher dropout rate among that population. But we also know what the remedy is, or a part of the remedy is, and that's culturally relevant curriculum. In all disciplines, and I want to emphasize all disciplines, students need to see the contributions and the value of their culture. And this is what we're looking at nationally. This is what we're talking about at the state level and the local level. We have no less than 2 bills out of the state legislature asking for this, but we don't have any funding support for this. That said, I'm happy to say that Portland Public Schools and the Portland Association of Teachers has already made a significant investment in Know Your City, And that's to do something really important. That's to identify where we are or have developed culturally relevant curriculum and then identify where the gaps are. So it's not about reinventing the wheel, it's about identifying what we have and where we can build on it. And so that's why I'm here to ask you to support building and leveraging this investment with the project that Cameron and Know Your City is proposing, and I'm proud to support it and advocate for it. And I just want you to know that we're starting our budget process in Portland Public Schools, and I will be advocating for our share to fund this. So thank you.
Thank you.
2 quick questions. For the school board, what is the state of the Portland Public Schools budget for the upcoming year? Are you looking at cuts?
No, we're not. I think it's certainly, to put it in city terms, we're at current service level and we have the opportunity to make some adds. And one of the priorities that I've identified and other school board members have identified is investment in culturally relevant curriculum. And again, acknowledging what Ally wants to do.
So I would certainly encourage you to look at a greater share of the funding because we are in a 5% cut budget. So it's going to be very difficult for the city to put money into outside additional school support beyond what we've
Understood.
done.
I would say, though, that the ask is relatively small in terms of the budget
Tell that
decisions
to
you
my
make.
Parks Budget Advisory Committee. We have 3 public school districts that are entirely within the city. How come there's no ask from David Douglas and Park Rose?
I think a big part of that is the size that we're looking at. And I think also the fact is that we've been talking a lot with institutions that have already made this a very large priority. And I think the reason why we were talking about this, the city of Portland right now, is that we enshrined within the 5-year action plan of the Portland plan that there would be investment, there would be support for these objectives. And so we are advocating now that this is a really opportune time for us to leverage that and to actually have this available by the beginning of 2017. That would be in line with our timeline, and it would allow us to continue to expand this into every school district. And we see this as an opportunity to leverage that support in the coming years from the state. And we've been talking a lot with Markeisha Smith from the Department of Equity there. And I think everybody is watching for this opportune time to see how Portland can lead on civic equity.
Great. Thank you all. And you have other presenters here?
Catherine Quaid and Brett Bigham.
Okay, please come on up. Good morning.
Hi. I guess I'll go. My name is Catherine Quaid. I'm a citizen of the Confederated Tribes of Umatilla and grew up in the Warm Springs community. And I first just want to thank all the indigenous peoples, Chinook and Kalapuya, who used to live here and let us convene on their stolen land today. I want to quickly discuss the Our Stories Matter campaign and why it's important to me, and want us kind of all to reflect first on what we've learned about Native Americans in high school. You know, maybe we had a paragraph here about Wounded Knee, or there about the Trail of Tears, or kind of the struggles that we continue to survive through in the United States. And this is if we learned anything at all. And what we do not learn is about the contemporary American Indian cultures, issues, policies surrounding us in the present and in the past, and how our history has been skewed by the pen of colonizers, favoring those of European descent while shutting out everyone else. And this is what we teach our high school students and who come from more diverse backgrounds than ever all throughout Portland and Oregon. As part of my thesis at Lewis and Clark College, I conducted research at 2 high schools in Oregon with over 30% American Indian enrollment. This research and other supporting information has been submitted with this testimony via Cameron, and I found that culturally inclusive curriculum, the student-teacher relationship, and the relationship between the school and Native communities were the most important factors to achieving academic success for American Indian students. And while conducting my research, I made sure that I was able to connect with the communities I worked with. I used existing relationships to inform what I would research, as well as connect me with folks to interview. And without those connections and relationships, I would not have been able to provide information that is relevant or connected to those I was working with and for. And when doing research for creating a Portland Public Schools curriculum, I believe community engagement will be of vital importance to the Indigenous communities. We all have to work together to create something of value because education is a human right, and every single person and student deserves to be successful in our high school. Providing students with a truly inclusive and culturally responsive education will give them something that can never be taken away from them. So I'll pass it on to Brett. That's my little spiel.
Welcome. It's always nice to have a Teacher of the Year in the room, so welcome.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see you again, Commissioners. My name is Brett Bigham. I'm the 2014 Oregon State Teacher of the Year and the 2015 Oregon Education Association Teacher of Excellence. I'm currently an NEA Global Fellow, and I'm working with the Teacher of the Year organization to globalize the discussion about education. I'm creating curriculum on a national level to bring cultural choices into classrooms. As part of my award, we were able to go to the Smithsonian and be treated as teacher ambassadors to the Smithsonian. And we were given an opportunity to be taken on a tour of the museum, whatever area we wanted, with the curator of that museum. And I chose a show that was on called Bollywood. And I had no idea what I was going into, but as I did, it was a large building, part of the building wing that had been set up with all of this East Indian history of the United States. And I was standing in the room looking at this giant wall-sized mural photograph of gentlemen in turbans building a railroad. And when the curator started talking to me about it, I didn't know that that was Oregon and that East Indians had built a good portion of the railway lines that we use here in Oregon. And I'm standing 3,000 miles away from Portland looking at this picture thinking, why don't I know this? And why isn't this part of what we're teaching in our own state? And why is it being taught to people so far away from us? So I'm on the board of Oregon Safe Schools as well. And one of the things that we know is that the three main areas of bullying come from race, sexuality, and disability. If you get bullied, it's probably for one of those three reasons. And today I'm here because I believe there's no curriculum in the Portland area that's embracing all of those. And what we need to do if we want to stop bullying is that we need to show more race in our education. We need to discuss sexuality and say that those people have value. And we need to fund people with disabilities and show that they're heroes in the community as well and learn from them. As my time as a special education teacher, I can tell you now that I have met young people who are on a journey that will be tougher than anything you and I ever face in our lives. And those are heroes to me. So I'm here today to, first off, let Cameron know that Oregon Safe Schools is also behind this program. And that as a teacher, we as a city need to get this curriculum into the hands of our teachers. We need to make it easily available. And we need to start teaching about race, sexuality, and disability if we want to stop bullying. Thank you so much.
Quick question.
Of course.
In terms of who's responsible for developing curriculum, which part of this falls within the MESD charter, and which part of this falls within the requirement of the school district, and which part of this is a state requirement?
I resigned from MESD, so I'm no longer there. What I see this as, since we're talking about cultural education, that I believe it's a citywide. I believe that what Portland creates, the state can use.
I just mean in terms of our education establishment, who has the primary responsibility in terms of the value system that you're trying to? Is it the state, MESD, or the individual school districts in terms of implementing a different kind of curriculum?
So the state currently has a core curriculum standard for social studies where between 3rd and 5th grade, we teach Oregon studies. The issue there is that that's what it says. It does not say that it has to actually talk about all people in Oregon. The state did pass a law in 2013, Senate Bill 739, which urged the Department of Education to change that so it was actually inclusive of people of looking at race, but looking at race specifically, including those histories, those narratives in the history, but that was still not a mandate. It still was not a change to Oregon Studies standards. So even though it's been expressed, there has not been an actual responsibility put on anybody to actually make it culturally responsive. And so we are asking to actually show that investment, that culturally responsive education is actually a priority and not just something that we encourage, not something that, and is also something that we actually put administratively into that work. So we are still, working with the Department of Education. I think it's a challenge for them because they are, really a regulatory organization right now, and you can't mandate something that doesn't already exist at that level. And this is an opportunity for us to make this statewide when we can invest it, pilot it here, and move it, in the next couple of years to a statewide opportunity.
It's been my experience that the history of Oregon often starts with the Oregon Trail and it ends with the Oregon Trail. And there's a couple million years of history before the Oregon Trail, and there's a couple million stories about people from different cultures since the Oregon Trail. So there just needs to be a broadening, and we need to start including some of those people that have made big advances for our state and our city.
Well said. Thank you very much. Cameron, do you have other colleagues here?
Yeah, so we did have Renee Mitchell and a couple of high schoolers from Roosevelt, but as Commissioner Fish said, people do have to have lunch, but we do have Kate McPherson, who also teaches at Roosevelt, who will be speaking briefly about Renee and the students that we had here earlier.
Great, welcome.
And I will be very brief, I promise. I'm a sorry substitute for the students because they speak very loudly about the value of being involved with a history that reflects them. My work at Roosevelt includes our Freedom Fighter Project, which is one of the projects through which our students have the fortune to interview people in our community who have been fighters for justice, and they really reflect the stories of people who've both been impacted by our local history, but also who have shaped it.
Your students presented at the Oregon Historical
We
Society.
do. In fact, I want to invite all of you to come on the 17th of February when we have all of our freshmen this year. 250 of them have interviewed over 37 freedom fighters. And we want to have the opportunity for them to honor their stories and their history. And I think what I want to do is just echo what I've seen of our students who also reflect that diversity that we've talked about is growing, that when they have a chance to learn about people who come from the Hmong community, who come from different countries, who represent and reflect their own lives, they really connect to those stories and realize that these are people that emanate who they can become and how they want to get involved in their communities, and they themselves take a stand around issues of social justice. What I also want to echo is that we want to be an ally with Know Your City. Our kids have been collecting stories for now 4 years, and we feel that we could contribute to the effort and the possibility for high school students to be allies in this work. So we really see that we want to be a partner, and we really want to underscore, many of our kids have said they really wish they'd heard about many of these stories when they were younger, and that they would have been a lot more interested in history. So my message is just simply we want to be an ally to this work, and I know every year involved with the Freedom Fighter Project, I learn more about my own community, and it makes me more connected to the events, even the places, the things that I didn't know about before, become much more a place that I feel I can belong and understand. So just want to underscore the importance of what we're doing. I wish the kids were here to say it, but just the timing wasn't good. But come the 17th, you'll get invites, and I hope some of you could even come and speak to the students to kind of underscore. Steve has been there for the last several years, and we have really appreciated his words.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's all who we have to speak. If you have any questions, happy to answer that, but I do know your time is precious.
Questions for
Cameron, what's your budget ask?
Our budget ask is $35,000.
And I'm going to give you something free.
Okay. Heck of a deal.
Our Freedom Fighter books for the last,
Oh,
last year,
yeah,
so that
great.
you can just enjoy
Excellent.
some of the stories that our kids have captured about.
Super. Thank you very much. Cameron, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate this. Anyone else want to speak on this presentation? Thank you so much. Then let's take a vote, please, to accept this report.
Johnson wants to speak.
Oh, sorry. Didn't see it.
Good morning or afternoon, whichever we're working on. I guess you're only at the report acceptance stage, but I hope that this will soon find its way into definitive funding. Some people were concerned when there was, I think, I can't remember the exact term, the Black Male Leadership Initiative, which was, I think, some people hoped it would have been able to be funded at more than $100,000. And I think that this is a great broadening of that general principle, engaging with bringing other people of diverse backgrounds, or as some people prefer to say, bring us inclusion of more people. And I hope that for this, I would accept turning off a fountain. I don't think fountains turned off is going to work that well for homeless housing, but I hope that you'll be able to fund this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, motion to adopt the report?
So moved.
So moved.
Second? And roll call, please.
Fritz,
Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your service on the school board. Aye.
Fish.
Aye.
Saltzman,
Thank you. Aye.
Novick,
Thank you for the presentation, and I do encourage everybody to visit the Freedom Fighter event on the 17th. Aye.
Hales.
More ways we can get collaboration between those that care about the diversity of the city and students, the better. So we appreciate what you're up to here. Thank you so much. Aye. Okay, I would recommend we power forward into the rest of the regular agenda, see how far we get by 12:30 and take a break.
So we're ready to go, Mayor.
Okay,
We're at
item
89.
89. You want those together or one at a time?
We'll do them one at a time.
Okay, 89, please.
Authorize an exemption to the competitive bidding process pursuant to ORS Chapter 279C and City Code Chapter 5.34 for construction of certain Green Street facilities funded by Percent for Green program.
All right,
Mr.
thank you,
Fish.
Mayor. Ivy Dunlap is here from BES. Carla's going to pass out an amendment,
Okay.
which has a technical fix, which I'll ask council to adopt. Here's the setup. Since 2007, the Percent for Green program has provided funding for voluntary stormwater management additions to both public and private projects. Council approved an ordinance, thank you, in 2010 exempting projects funded by the Percent for Green process from the competitive bidding process. Council authorized that exemption for a 5-year period, and this ordinance would reauthorize that exemption. Ivy Dunlap with Environmental Services manages the Percent for Green program and is here now to walk us through this item. And why don't you begin by just telling us what the amendment is? We'll put the amendment before the council.
Thank you, Commissioner Fish.
Before you do the presentation, just tell us about the amendment.
Oh, yes. So the amendment, we found a technical difficulty or change in the findings for the exemption from competitive bidding. And so we just made an adjustment to primarily the way that they were lettered.
The council caught a technical problem with the findings, doesn't change the substance, and I would
Yeah.
move the amendment as a amendment.
Okay, any second discussion?
Could you just, since the amendment doesn't show underlined strikeout, could you just tell me where the changes were made?
Good. You want me to bring the legal team in?
I want to know what it is that's different.
Sure. I'll have Lisa join me, and she helped me make the changes. Do you want to?
Hi, Lisa Gramp, City Attorney's Office.
I think the point, by the way, I want to second Commissioner Fritz's point. I know that we're doing this, we have to have this voted on today. I know we caught this at the 11th hour. To the extent we can do this as a red line amendment, it's always preferable, but go ahead.
Okay, sure. So the additional there's basically the two ultimate findings that you make in terms of no diminished competition and substantial cost savings are exactly the same. Actually, the substance is exactly the same. There was a change in the statute in 2014 that enumerated a number of additional underlying findings that support those two ultimate findings. And so the previous version you received it had those additional findings as A through H. The statutory change, now it's like A through N. So there's additional findings that we incorporated into this document.
So what are the additional findings that are in the amended version, just numerically, and what page?
So, for example, there are a couple about L and M are about, or L and K, K and L are about the building and if it will be occupied or not. And this construction doesn't involve any building, so that one doesn't apply.
You've added two findings, but noted that it's not applicable.
Right.
is about market conditions, and that is also addressed earlier in the findings about requiring a 10% match for using this ordinance. What technical complexity, there's no difference. It doesn't apply to this ordinance.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's really a technical change. It's a technical change to make it clear that all of the required criteria that are supposed to be considered were in fact considered and laid out in the way that the statute requires them to be laid out.
I'm sorry.
It just looks like there's another paragraph about how many persons are available to bid, which I don't see
Correct.
in the original, and then
Correct.
construction budget and the projected operating cost. Is that new?
No, the information is the same. It's recaptioned in the statute sort of recasts that information, but the substance of what we provided earlier is the same.
Okay, other questions before we have her go ahead and make the presentation?
Okay.
I can't possibly.
Why don't you go ahead with the presentation?
Okay. I will start with giving you a little bit of background about the Percent for Green program. The program the program was established in 2007 with the City Council Green Street Resolution, and so the Green Street Resolution. The Green Street Resolution established the Percent for Green program. To date, 37 projects have been awarded funding through the program, and this will all come around and make more sense about why I'm talking about the program in general. And the program requires that any City of Portland project that does construction within the right-of-way but does not trigger the Stormwater Management Manual pays 1% of its construction budget into the Percent for Green fund. So I'll get into this a little bit more, but it's primarily BES, Water, and PBOT that are doing work in the right-of-way that don't trigger the Stormwater Management Manual. The objectives of the program include stormwater system benefits, so improving our stormwater system, leveraging funding and leveraging partnerships, innovation in projects, education and high visibility projects, and diversity and minority, women-owned, and emerging small business employment. So these are program objectives. Not every project that we fund meets all of these objectives, but the more they meet, the higher it ranks and the more likely we are to fund the project. The requirements for the program are that the awarded project manages stormwater within the right-of-way, that the project go above and beyond the Stormwater Management Manual requirements, so that we're not funding something that's otherwise required, and or that the project adds stormwater management in the right-of-way to a project that doesn't require it. So for example, the picture that I'm showing is on Gleason and 100th near Reach Development, and they weren't required to do any stormwater in the management on Gleason, but we were able to add the stormwater project to this to the project and capture that additional benefit. So this shows the program funding, and this is from the whole life of the project. We really got it up and running in 2008. You can see, as I mentioned, most of the money comes from BES, Water, and PBOT. Those are all the blue pieces of pie. And then we also receive some funds from offsite management fees, which is, and that's the green piece of pie. Most of that money comes from TriMet or the streetcar, and that's just a different accounting method, but also money that is paid in And we mix it in with this pot of Percent for Green money because it fits into that stormwater mitigation fund, if you will. So the total money coming in since the program started is just over $4 million. The program recipients, so this is money going out, projects that we've awarded funding to. You can see about half the money goes to private initiated or community initiated projects, and I'll give a couple example of those coming up. Also, BES, PBOT, and PDC are the other recipients of program funds. And so far, the total money going out or awarded is about $3.5 million. This shows the geographical distribution of the projects throughout the city. The yellow are completed projects. The blue are projects that are under construction or in design, and the green are the most recent applications that have come in. So I'm going to spend a little bit more time on this slide. This shows the per capita spending of the program and by neighborhood coalition. So you can see central northeast neighborhoods has received the most money per capita. And I just wanted to point out that one reason that number is so high for that neighborhood coalition is the largest award we have made is to Verde to help them with their stormwater on the road from Killingsworth up to Cully Park. So that's the biggest award we've made, and that's the reason that number is so big for that neighborhood. Also, the southwest neighborhoods have a high per capita spending, and the reason that number is bigger is because the Fano Tryon watershed groups within Bureau of Environmental Services were the first watershed groups to do sub-watershed planning and identify early action projects. So they were able to take advantage of this funding and implement many water quality early action projects, primarily within Multnomah Village, but within their watershed. So that's one reason that number is so high. I keep a whole bunch of spreadsheets and statistics on the program and how we've spent the money. Here are a few numbers for you on the system benefits. Over 4 million gallons of stormwater is removed annually from the combined system because of the projects we have funded through Percent for Green. Also, more than 8 million gallons of water is treated annually before it's discharged into the MS4 system, and the MS4 system is the separated stormwater system, so where water is going directly to a stream or river. Also, I'll point out that the average contribution to a project is about $90,000. And then you can see the range between $12,000 and $450,000. And then the average cost per square foot of impervious surface managed is just under $7 a square foot. One thing that we talk about with this program and that we think is a great benefit is that we can leverage multiple benefits of green infrastructure, and we really look for opportunities to leverage the multiple benefits. So here's just a list of the number of projects that have been able to leverage these other benefits. I'll mention that the design and policy innovation. So the design innovation includes things as simple as different soil mixes or different depths of soil mix. And these are generally pretty small projects and a good opportunity to try out new designs or new technologies. And the policy innovation includes things like working with Verde on an alternative street design for their approach to Cully Park. Or mixing private and public stormwater, so taking stormwater from the right-of-way and actually putting it onto private property for management, are some of the That's another policy innovation that we've been working on. So now I'm going to switch to the ordinance. That was a little background about about the program and why I am asking for this ordinance. I did have a previous 5-year exemption that ran from 2010 to 2015. There were 11 contracts that used this ordinance to enter into the contracts, and I've listed just a few examples. The Junkie Delta Center, we worked with Reed College. REACH was the project out on 100th and Gleason. And so those are the types of projects that we fund with this. I'll also mention that not all of the Percent for Green projects use this contracting mechanism. Some of them are built under CIP projects, some are built by Bureau of Maintenance. So this is just one of the methodologies for implementing the projects. This ordinance is that we're discussing here today is a 5-year exemption from competitive bidding. It's virtually identical to the last ordinance that we had in place. It is not to exceed $1 million over the 5-year time. It requires a 10% match from the applicants. And just an example of 2 upcoming contracts that would use this exemption is a contract with Verde to continue their access road work to Cully Park, and a contract with Catholic Charities to have stormwater improvements around their St. Francis apartment building, which is in the Central East Side. It includes some pedestrian improvements as well. 2 other points I wanted to make about the program. I do outreach to the neighborhood coalitions for working with them to come up with projects that might be appropriate for this program. And then there is a review committee made up of a representative from PBOT, Water, PDC, Planning and Sustainability, and then a community member that review all the project applications that we receive twice a year. And then they make a recommendation that then goes to the Director of Environmental Services, and the director then has the final approval for the projects. So that's just a little bit more about the process, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, Ivy can answer any questions on the substance, and we will be handing out shortly a red line version of the amendment.
Okay.
And in fact, council's here. If you can give it to
There he
Carla,
is.
we'll hand that out. Council, can you come back to the front desk so that the dais, so that in case there are questions relating to either the amendment or the program.
So let me see if I understand, based on, thank you, the new information here. What you're asking, what the program has a competitive process to decide which green streets are going to get done. And that's got the committee, including a community representative.
Yes.
And then the exemption from competitive bidding is because those projects are going to be using their own contractors, and we're not involved in the selection.
That's correct.
I'm glad I understood it.
Yes, that's correct.
So,
And, go ahead.
Finding that changes were based on council's review of the documents before you, that they were deficient in, there are certain findings we have to have, even findings that say they're not applicable. So no substantive changes, but it now technically conforms with the state law requirements for an exemption.
And in the entire report is the findings, because previously you had sub-paragraphs that said that the conclusion at the bottom was the finding, but in fact, everything under each is the finding. Okay, that's good. So I think I understand what we're doing now. I appreciate the quick.
And I want to thank my colleague for the questions she's now raising, because whenever possible, we will provide a red line version. It is just easier, particularly when we're talking about legal matters and findings.
So then my only question is about the competitive process. It's heavily weighted towards internal review rather than community review. And if there are more projects than money available, it would seem more appropriate to have a more robust community input in that committee. Because that's, usually we have a competitive bid for the contract, and so we get to know what the, minority women small business participation in each contract, what are the community benefits, if any? None of that happens now, and so there's just one community member who's essentially approving this alternative contracting method.
Right. I think when this doesn't exactly answer your question, but I'll give you a little background.
Why don't you start by answering the question?
Okay. Well, yes, there is only one community representative in the group.
Let me jump to the quick. The matter before us is an exemption requirement, exemption from competitive bidding, and we're on a clock. Commissioner Fritz, to the extent you have a set of concerns about more robust community engagement, where the money is allocated, how we could improve that process, I would welcome your input on that. And I would simply say that we have a narrow issue before us today. Perhaps we could then sit down with you and ONI and review this matter. If it requires a code change, we would come back to council. If it just requires a discretionary change in how we do it, if we can improve it, we'd be happy to consider that.
Thank you. I'd certainly be happy to take you up on the second part of it. The matter before us today is the 5-year exemption from competitive bidding for all of these projects. So I'm happy to move forward on it today. There was just a robust discussion at the Pioneer Courthouse Square board meeting yesterday about alternative contracting methods. What's the oversight? How do we make sure that, and the findings say this is how we know we're not picking just our friends. It's just, there is a lot of concern about how the public's money is spent, and particularly in a program like this. So yes, I think your solution is a nice one.
And I'm not prejudging anything, but there might be an ONI representative or something to make sure. I appreciate that Ivy noted that substantial outreach to neighborhood associations. I think the fact that so much money is going into outer east and the central northeast shows that actually the community perspective is as funded by either nonprofits or the city is well represented. If we can improve it, we want to do so.
Thank you.
Okay, sounds like a solution. Other questions, issues to raise with staff?
This is an emergency.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone want to speak on this item? If not, then let's take a roll call vote, please. It's an emergency ordinance.
We didn't vote on the motion yet.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, motion on the amendments, please, first.
Yeah.
So it's been moved, and Commissioner Fritz, I think,
I'm happy
seconded
to
the
second,
amendments.
yeah.
Okay, roll call on the amendments, please.
Fritz.
Aye.
Fish.
Aye.
Saltzman.
Aye.
Hales.
Aye. Okay, and now on the ordinance as amended.
Fritz.
Thank you. Thank you for the good explanation. Thank you for providing in short order the red line versions and the commitment from the commissioner in charge that we'll discuss the community engagement portion of the upfront selection of which Green Streets get done.
Yes.
It's a great program. Thank you for
Thank you.
leading it. Aye.
Fish.
Thank you, Ivy, for your passion and your stewardship of this program. It's a wonderful program, and the money goes to important purposes. And that one slide you showed about the stormwater we're taking out of the combined sewer overflow system, as Dan can say more eloquently than I can, we built a system that was designed not to have to be expanded. The way we actually meet the future challenges is we make sure stormwater doesn't go into that system, which is why we invest in green infrastructure. And this is one of those tools. The alternative, long-term, is to build another CSO, and we're not inclined to spend a few $1 billion to do that, so it makes sense. So thank you for your good work, and if you could touch base with Commissioner Fritz's office on your way out, and let's get something scheduled, and then we'll move forward. Aye.
Saltzman.
Thank you for their presentation. It's a great program. Happy to support it. Aye.
Hales.
Same here. Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Okay, it is, the morning has become afternoon. I would recommend we move.
We'll move
go
quickly,
ahead and
Mayor.
move through
This is a quick
90,
one.
And then the rest
then
of them are almost all our votes.
we
So,
can, if you'll indulge us, we can get through 93 quickly.
Okay,
93.
the 90.
I'm sorry.
90.
We can get through 90 through 93.
90, authorize a contract with the lowest responsive bidder for construction of the Fano Basin Pressure Line System Upgrade, project number E10599, for an estimated cost of $1,173,000.
Good afternoon.
We welcome Scott Gibson. This ordinance would authorize a contract to correct problems with access structures in the Fano Basin pressure sewer. The Contractor would remove faulty access structures and replace them to improve reliability of the system. Scott, welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Fish, City Council. I'd actually like to turn over our Chief of Engineering, Bill Ryan, to make some opening comments.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out before Scott got into the really cool engineering photographs and drawings, that it's not often that we end up having to repair a pressure line after just 5 years in operation. When originally planned, this pressure line was supposed to be built coincident with the Southwest 86th Avenue pump station. We got held up in land use on the pump station and proceeded with construction of the pressure lines. Part of the pump station construction was going to be what is called a surge tank, which is essentially an air bubble that protects the pressure line from surges and helps it to have a long life. We put the pressure lines in service, as I said, and at the same time, we started an emergency project to build a temporary surge tank to protect that pump station, or that pressure line. In 18 months, we had that in service. It was important for us to get in service because over that time period, we would have spent over $5 million in charges to our neighboring agency, Clean Water Services, to treat the sewage that we would have had to let flow if we didn't put the lines in service. So we put the lines in service. Now we have to do some minor repairs to make sure that anything that we did during that time frame will not compromise that 50-year life of the pressure line as we've designed it. With that.
Thank you. I'll run through a presentation, then we'll entertain any follow-on questions.
Extra credit if you can do it in 5 minutes.
Got it. Okay. So here's a vicinity map. It's in the southwest of Portland near the Old Market Pub. And the 7,000-foot long garden home section of the FABA pressure line system consists of 2 parallel 30-inch welded steel pressure lines. They're designated A, the south line, and B, the north line. They are subjected to a unique pressure pumping application that has higher pressures than typical sewage pump stations. The line was completed in 2010, as Bill mentioned, and the A line was placed into service while we planned and permitted and constructed the Southwest 86th Avenue pump station. Original construction included the installation of 24-inch diameter access risers at 500-foot intervals on both the A and B line. They were used for future inspection of the lines with the intended purpose. Leaks occurred at 2 locations on the A line as a result of cracks that developed in and around the welds connecting the access risers to the main line. This is because the surge tanks were not in service. Subsequent investigations and analysis concluded that unanticipated stress concentrations at the welds are the likely cause of the cracks. We have 2 pictures here. On the left-hand side, you can slightly make out the crack in the joint at the welded pipe. And on the right-hand side is a 3D model of stresses within the riser sections. The blue is indicating the highest stress locations, which is exactly where we found the cracks. Operations of the Fano pressure line was suspended until we could get the interim surge tank in place, and we put the service back in line in 2013 after that work was complete. In August of 2013, the B line was put in place, which is the line that was not used earlier, and it's been in service since. This project will include the following elements: removing the 18 remaining access risers from both the A and the B line. They'll be replaced with a straight pipe steel spool section, which does not have the stress concentrations identified in the analysis, nor the locations where the failures occurred. And we're also upgrading the existing pressure monitoring system at 69th and Railroad so we can maintain and monitor the actual pressure seen in the line over the duration of its operation. So you'll see the location of the access risers scattered along the pipeline length. If you have any questions, we can talk about the individual ones. And once again, we're here to ask permission for a contract to construct this project. The schedules are shown. Work is intended to be complete with around December 2016. Our construction cost estimate is $1.173 million. Our confidence in that estimate is high. I have a breakdown of the total project cost, which shows that the project is going to cost $1.64 million including all soft costs for the engineering and other activities.
Confidence in the estimate is high, even though lately we've been getting high bids.
Well,
Actually, we got some low bids recently,
Some
Mayor.
low bids, yeah.
In your absence, I shouldn't say in your, it wasn't.
I go out of town, the
had
bids
nothing-
drop, I'll go
had
out of town more
Nothing to do
often.
with your absence, but in your absence, we actually came in below on a couple of projects.
Okay, I'm going out of town again. That's it. That's how
Thank
to
you.
save money. Thank you. Okay, questions?
So why didn't we remove why didn't we just do all this in one project?
But we are removing them all in this one project.
Why didn't we do it in the previous project?
So when the line was originally constructed, it was constructed assuming that the surge tank system was going to be in place, in which case the failures wouldn't have occurred. Does that,
But then we've done multiple fixes to it since, and this seems like another one of those.
so this is our first fix to the line constructed to the current line. And it's a comprehensive fix to remove all of the manways because we did see failures at stresses. Even those that the calculations show shouldn't fail, we're removing those as well because we want to make sure we solve this and have a system that'll move forward.
So you think this one is it?
I think this one is it.
All right. Thank you both. Thanks very much. Okay, anyone want to speak on this item? You can't really mean it. It passes the second reading, and we'll move on to some other second reading items here. 91, please.
Contract with the lowest responsive bidder for construction of the Tabor Sewer Rehabilitation Project, Phase 1, number E10712, for $6 million.
Roll call, please.
Fritz.
Aye.
Fish.
Aye.
Saltzman.
Aye.
Hales.
Aye. And 92,
92, authorize a contract with the lowest responsive bidder for construction of the Bybee Glenwood Culvert Replacement Project, number E10480, for $2,228,000.
roll call.
Fritz.
Aye.
Fish.
Aye.
Saltzman.
Aye.
Hales.
Aye. And 93,
Authorize the use of the competitive procurement method to enter into a contract with Wolf Water Resources, Inc. in the amount of $459,445 for the Sandy River Engineered Log Jam Project.
Mayor, while the Water Bureau is deeply committed to streamlining the delivery of services, today we ask for your support to create a logjam on the Sandy River. And we have already received an objection from certain four-legged creatures and their association that would like to have the work instead of the company. Edward Campbell is here to walk us through this.
I'm Edward Campbell, sitting in for Mike Sturr, Water Bureau Administrator today. In the interest of time, I went ahead and asked Carla not to bring up the slides. I think I'll try to do a quick summary and then address some questions that have come up, and if there are other questions, we can answer them. Steve Kuchis, our Environmental Compliance Manager, who's also the major architect of our Habitat Conservation Plan and is the person tasked within the Bureau for implementing the Habitat Conservation Plan, is here as well to answer questions. So with the council's permission, we'll forgo our presentation and just try to summarize.
hey, please, sure.
Okay. So the Habitat Conservation Plan approved by council in 2008, 49 separate measures to restore habitat in the Bull Run River and in surrounding areas. A key component of our Habitat Conservation Plan, or HCP, is our ability, the city's ability, to make investments outside of the Bull Run watershed in the surrounding Sandy River Basin. So the project that we have before you today is actually engineering design services that would service 2 of those 49 measures. There are 2 log jams that we would be installing just off of the main stem Sandy, outside of the watershed and on the main stem Sandy River. And we went through a alternative procurement process by which we were able to take advantage of work that Metro did to go through a competitive process and actually qualify a firm to do the work. And we are able to contract using their competitive process. The result of that, and I know there's been a question about MWESB participation in this particular contract, what we ended up with is a prime contractor who is an MWESB And three of the five subcontractors are also MWESB consultants. So the resulting MWESB utilization on this is 55%. And so hopefully that helps address some of the questions that came up in advance of the item. So I'll cut it off there. That's sort of the basics. If there are questions about the details of the project, we've got the right folks here in the room, but I wanted to get that information out about the procurement process at the beginning.
Okay,
Do you use real logs in engineered log jams?
I will let Steve answer.
I'm just
that.
curious, is it real wood or is it?
Yes, it's real wood. It has to,
yourself.
Oh, okay.
excuse me, Steve Kutch is the Environmental Compliance Manager of the Water Bureau. We use real logs and very big ones and quite a few of them. There could be easily 700 logs with root wads, anywhere from 30 to 70 feet long, at play to build these structures. And we'll may be bringing them in via helicopter, which is exciting to watch.
Okay. Fascinating.
Mayor Hales, this may have an impact on your weekend travel plans, but I've been assured it's just an inlet that's impacted and not the main body of the river.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for the team? This is not a emergency item, so we won't be voting on it today. But any other questions? Anyone want to speak on this item? If not, I'll pass it to second reading.
Thank you
with
both.
a timing note that it's a good thing we got that clean audit before we approved the deliberate construction of log jams with public expenditure. So. All right. A little more work remaining here. Let's move on, please, to 94. That's a roll call vote on.
Authorize the city attorney to appeal the declaratory judgment and permanent injunction in Joseph Walsh v. Brian Enga et al.
I guess we do need to hear from the city attorney before we vote? Or do we have any
Well, yeah,
questions
I think
for him?
where we last left off, we'd asked Terry to convene a group, talk about a potential ordinance around exclusions and also to, make a decision about whether to appeal this decision. So
I have circulated a discussion draft of proposed code amendments to the council offices. We have not, at this point, convened a group. I'm waiting for somebody to do that. Actually, I thought the council offices were going to do that, but.
I think it's been done. The work's underway. So,
Okay, and so that's in progress. And
Well, Harry, help me understand something. I thought that was potentially in lieu of the appeal.
Well, there are a couple of
Let me say,
different.
before you make it too complicated.
Yeah, so
If it's a yes or a no, I would be satisfied.
We were, I suppose, optimistically hoping we could get something done in time to obviate the need for the appeal, but obviously we haven't done that. So you can either proceed with the appeal while we try to finish this work with the potential that we will then dismiss it or resolve it through the process of negotiating code amendments, or you can.
Yeah, let me cut to the chase. I've looked at the draft. I believe it's possible to write code that meets the council's expectation that we'll be able to manage conduct here in City Hall and also to maintain safety. And that we don't need to appeal this case in order to get to those objectives.
Mayor Hales, and I haven't seen the proposed code, does it distinguish between expressive and non-expressive conduct?
Yes, I
Not
believe
very
it
Well,
does.
it basically will distinguish between conduct in this room and conduct in city
But
offices.
from my point of view, it's going to be very important to make that distinction.
Yeah.
Annoying speech is one thing.
It's tied to disruption.
Disruptive speech that also involves threats or other things, another thing. One is protected,
Right.
expressive, one is
Right.
not, and I hope we make a clear distinction.
I believe we're doing that. If you have concerns about the wording, share those with us. Your office has the draft.
My understanding is that Commissioner Saltzman wants a vote on this.
That's right, because our time is expiring.
So maybe we could just make our comments as we vote.
All right. Harry, thank you very much. So let's take a vote, please.
Fritz?
There is a big difference between disruptive behavior and threatening behavior, and any code we write needs to qualify those two things. There is also a difference between yelling at council in council chambers at public hearings and yelling at city staff as they try to do their work. And so the code rewrite needs to differentiate between those two. I would actually say that there's some something to be said for not yelling at me in the grocery store as I'm trying to buy milk at 11 o'clock at night, but that's not covered by our city ordinance. So,
Is that Joe Walsh or Dan Salzman?
neither. I understand the concerns that are driving the appeal. Freedom of speech is one of the highest constitutional rights, particularly when addressing our elected officials, and it is often inconvenient and can be ugly, and any limitation should be used judiciously. So I respectfully vote no.
Fish?
I can't support the appeal, but I want to make a couple comments as well. First, and this is directed to the mayor and to Fred Miller and others, there are some current and serious safety issues in this building, which employees in my office and other offices do not feel are being addressed satisfactorily. And that's not for a discussion at this body. But we want everyone to feel safe when they come to work. And when I hear from young women working in offices, when I hear from employees in other offices that there are safety issues, I take that very seriously. That's one of our primary obligations. And so I want us to revisit that question of having a place that's welcoming and accessible to the people we serve, but also allows people who work in this building to feel safe. And I respectfully would argue it's out of whack. I went back and looked at the testimony when we had the first hearing on this, and I'm going to quote someone who actually testified in the record. He said as follows, quote, "I am a very nonviolent person. Mouthy, obnoxious, pushy. I take those because that's what activists do. We don't look for making friends." He went on to say, "I'm not an advocate. I'm not a diplomat. I throw rocks." That was Mr. Walsh in his testimony before us. And here's where I draw the line. People that come before us, I believe, have a First Amendment constitutional right to be mouthy, obnoxious, and pushy. Whether we agree or disagree with their speech, in our system, we celebrate all kinds of speech. People do not have the right to throw rocks. And I know he meant that metaphorically, but throwing rocks or anything that crosses a line into non-expressive, threatening behavior cannot be tolerated. And I want to work with you, Mayor, and our colleagues to craft rules that treat those two things very differently. Because I believe that we have to have a zero tolerance policy for anything that goes into the non-expressive, threatening behavior. I think we need to have a more elastic and frankly, a broader view under the First Amendment of speech that is just expressive and might otherwise be mouthy, obnoxious, or pushy. So if on that basis, I can't support the appeal. No.
Saltzman?
Well, it's all well and good to have lofty discussions and wrap ourselves in First Amendment discussions, but that's not what this is about. This is not about Mr. Walsh, as I said a couple weeks ago. This is about protecting city employees and protecting ourselves from people who are violent, threatening, or intimidating. It happens. I'm very encouraged that we're going to, work on an ordinance, but I also very wary that these things tend to veer off path, and I can ask 3 months from now, whatever happened to that ordinance we were talking about? So while I'm encouraged by the discussion, I'm encouraged by a seeming consensus around an ordinance, I'm not willing to put all my stock in that. And I believe the appeal, as was recommended by our council, that we should pursue a parallel track of an appeal and an ordinance at the same time. So this is really about protecting ourselves and the people who work in this building, and I don't think they take lightly to wrapping ourselves in academic, lofty discussions about First Amendment. So I think we should appeal this because this ruling limits our ability to exclude anybody who is violent, threatening, or aggressive with respect to us or people in the building. We can only exclude them for the day. So you can leave a backpack in the chambers with a timing device, and we can say, hey, you shouldn't have done that. We'll see you tomorrow. That's not right. It's not safe. It doesn't protect the people who work in this building. So I vote in favor of the appeal. Aye.
Novick?
Nay.
Hales?
I want to return to what I said 2 weeks ago and assure the council that it's my intention to ask City Attorney's Office and our staffs to move quickly to develop proposed ordinance language that is not months from now that we'll be talking about this. I take that point seriously. That addresses both the need to manage the public dialogue in this chamber in an adult way and to maintain that adult environment, except when we have children here, and and then to also make sure that the legitimate safety issues that have been raised are addressed. I think we can do that by ordinance. We don't have to do that by going to court. That's my intention, and we will be back shortly with those proposals. No. Okay, item 95, second reading.
Vacate Northeast Sandy Boulevard bound by Northeast Cooch Street, East Burnside Street, Northeast 12th Avenue, and Northeast 14th Avenue, subject to certain conditions and reservations.
Second reading, roll call.
Fritz?
So the only transportation use that's available for this particular stretch of right-of-way is accessed by crossing private property. And so there really is no public transportation use for this piece of right-of-way, and I'm glad to support the vacation. Aye.
Bish?
Aye.
Saltzman?
Aye.
Novick?
Aye.
Hales?
Aye. And we have one more item, which is a 4/5, item 95-1.
Authorize an agreement with Portland Suzhou Sister City Association to transfer one Benson bubbler to Suzhou, China.
Okay, Commissioner Fish, Commissioner Saltzman have some comments, I think.
Well, Mayor, just some background. You and I are the co-sponsors. The Benson Bubbler is in honor of the 15-year anniversary of the Lansu Chinese Garden. The bubbler will be featured in the Jiangsu Horticultural Exhibition in April. The event draws in the millions of visitors to Suzhou, and there will be a commemoration at the exposition in China for the bubbler. The grant agreement outlines the city's expectation for the sister city in transferring the Benson Bubbler. It is being shipped off in mid-February to ensure that the delivery and installation are complete in time for the horticultural exposition. This matter was previously addressed in last year's budget. It was funded through a general fund request. No ratepayer funds were used, and the Office of Government Relations was allocated a sum of $10,000 to offset the Water Bureau's costs associated with the Benson Bubbler.
Great, thank you. We have Kathy Chin here and Hector Miramontes. Welcome,
thank
President
you.
of our Sister City Association.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon now, Mayor Hales and Commissioners. I'm here today to introduce the item has already been introduced. Just some background on the ordinance and the grant agreement before you. In May of 2015, the Portland Suzhou Sister City Association requested the Benson Bubbler in recognition of the 15-year anniversary of the Lansu Chinese Garden, which is a friendship project between Portland and Suzhou that is today one of our city's great cultural treasures. Lansu Chinese Garden is one of the most authentic Chinese gardens outside of China, providing residents and visitors alike with an opportunity to experience a landscape garden style which has evolved over 3,000 years. So the Benson Bubbler was chosen because it is an enduring legacy of our city. And I would like to now hand it over to immediate past President Kathy Chin.
Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor Hales and Commissioners. So I'm Kathy Chin, the immediate past president of the Portland Suzhou Sister City Association. In August of 2015, I was honored to attend the gathering of the founders of both the Portland Suzhou Sister City Association and the Lansu Chinese Garden. Mayor Bert Clark and former Commissioner Mike Lindbergh and others came together at the Lansu Chinese Garden to look back on 30 years of anniversary of their original efforts. This gentleman formed the original group that met in Suzhou in August of 1985 and started and grew both organizations over the years. So since the founding of our association, the Sister City relationship has brought economic benefits to Portland and our region. As we speak, Portland schools are hosting approximately 150 students and teachers from Suzhou as part of their yearly educational exchanges to bring Suzhou students to our city to learn about firsthand about Portland life and American society in general. Last summer, we assisted in making arrangements for PDC Executive Director Patrick Quinlan and his delegation to visit Suzhou representative to explore economic development opportunities, including promoting PDC's Rebuild Green Cities efforts. The Benson Bubbler water fountain will serve as a special symbol of goodwill from the people of Portland to the people of Suzhou. The City of Suzhou Foreign Affairs Office has informed our organization of the opportunity to showcase the Benson Bubbler in the April 2016 Horticulture Expo in Suzhou. This is a regional event expected to draw millions of Chinese tourists, as well as some international tourists to Suzhou. So this will be a good opportunity for us. So with the approval of the council, our organization agreed to obey to the grant agreement and will manage all shipping arrangements and other logistic considerations to transfer this Benson bubbler to the city of Suzhou.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions?
So does the city of Suzhou plan to have it plumbed so that it will in fact be bubbling?
Yes, actually, they are talking about looking at the fountain and then have some engineer to come up with some purifying of the water and install so that people can drink it. So, yeah, it is getting there.
We don't need with our precious Bull Run water. We don't have to worry about that.
You know,
Isn't
we
that
don't have to
interesting?
purify anything when we run them here, but
You got to think about that in places. And then secondly, is there going to be some kind of plaque with it that will explain what it is?
Yes, we will make sure that will happen. We're hoping there will be some kind of public dedication ceremony that will go with it. We just still have to kind of get it over there, and then we talk about how to, celebrate the event and the gifting.
So maybe not on the plaque, but I think it's really interesting, the history of the bubblers being to provide water so that people didn't have to drink beer. I think that should be conveyed, and also encouraging people to come here and drink our beer now.
Yeah, right. Agree, totally.
And, both of those things.
Just like to add that the city of Suzhou has signed a memorandum of understanding, communicating their commitment to commemorate, install it, and work on some way to provide a plaque for it. So we're working on that.
I think Commissioner Fritz was channeling Sapporo, sister city relationship, when she mentioned beer, but
Shipping Portland beer to Suzhou now.
No, I'm saying
Yes.
that we should be encouraging tourism back to here, saying that
Yes, we will.
drink
Yeah,
our
we will.
pure water and our great beer.
Fun project. Thank you both very much. Assume no one else wants to speak on this item. And because it's a 4/5, is it an emergency?
It is an emergency
It is an
ordinance.
emergency. All right, let's take a vote, please.
Fritz,
Well, thank you, Mayor, for leading this. Just so that folks know at home, we don't have very many of these left. So it's not like we can give one to every sister city, and as you pass the baton to your next mayor, be sure not to tell them that they should be very choicey. Choose their gifts carefully. And thank you very much for taking care of this one. A great partnership. Aye.
Thank you.
Fish,
Commissioner Fritz, I had heard that an unidentified person was doing an inventory at our warehouse of these bubblers. I didn't realize it was you, but you're right. We do have just a few, and they are precious. We love this sister city relationship, and I personally, my family loves the Lansu Chinese Garden, and I feel so blessed that we live in a city that has one of the great Chinese gardens in the world. And thank you for your good stewardship. And this was something the mayor wanted to do. The Water Bureau is very proud to partner in this, and I also am pleased that we were able to fund it through the general fund and not ratepayer dollars. I think that's a clean line, but it doesn't in any way diminish the enthusiasm that the Water Bureau has for being a full partner in this. Aye.
Saltzman,
Well, this is a great appropriate gesture to mark the 15th year of our garden, and thanks to the people of the city of Suzhou. Aye.
Hales.
This is such a great relationship. And so Kathy, you and the other volunteers who keep it going, thank you. And the garden is a treasure, and we owe Suzhou a lot. So it's nice to be able to say thank you this way. Aye. Thank you very much. Give the council a brief lunch break. We're recessed till 2 o'clock.